Battlegrounds, the tale of the Ashen Court.
Thanks.
Ooh.
Good to be back.
We do, of course, have something extra for this, joining us this session.
What's
As
something
we'd all like to introduce, as you would all know, Sheep.
Hi, Sheep.
Hi, Sheep.
Just so we don't scare the viewers by like, what's he doing there?
I thought we were just gonna continue the session as normal and not even address that Sheep
We
is
have
joining
no, yeah, exactly. We just cut. It's like he has been here
the entire time.
from the start. Yeah.
The twist reveal.
It's just we've not had the camera on him at all ever. So
Yeah.
it's...
If you as we flash back to the great siege,
Where he's like
and
Bruno in the background.
there you see faceless guard number 74 was actually Sheep.
Yeah.
In disguise,
Oh, yeah.
working behind the scenes.
You see, session 1, I talked to DDS about the downtime rules and have been doing those ever since.
He's like super mega powerful because he took so much downtime.
Anyway.
He's like Bruno. He's always in the background somehow.
Don't talk about him.
Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. But we will now return to the action, which last time was a party. You had all been enjoying the Silver Moon Ball and had just finished your third hour, I believe, of entertainment.
What did we do last time? Because there was
second hour of entertainment. That
Broke
was.
my back. That's what I did.
I mean, I have a list.
yeah, man. So there was an issue with the recording.
Do you want to go?
randomly
do you want
stopped.
me to go to the list?
If you have the list, by all means.
I have a list.
Of what we
Oh
did.
yes.
Yeah, pretty much a list.
Nice.
Well, also in character, you'll also be able to go over these as well.
Yeah.
After all, it's the first time you've had met up in the last 2 hours after your dancing.
Oh yeah.
They don't. The viewers don't know about the dancing.
It's true.
Temporarily, Sheep, just so you can have a camera. I'm going to create a ghostly version of your character for you.
I'm a ghost.
Let's just what's that spell? Scrying? There you go. That's not the spell. I can't remember it, but whatever.
There we go. There is now a ghostly Tauren appear for you.
Spoopy. Alright, so...
So, I don't know where we started, so let me go through Amana's thing. Amana's at the
Or
party.
should we do it in character?
I mean, whatever you want.
Let's do it in... I think in
After
character.
your character now getting to meet up and discuss what you've learnt so far.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's do it in character.
Fine by me.
Stinia, go away. Yeah, I haven't seen you yet.
We've not officially met yet.
You've officially not arrived. The timeline.
No, the odds are coming down.
Oh god. All right. So I think Ceres will probably be here a bit early. Maybe one of the first because she was just looking at the pond out in the garden. So I think maybe she'll smile as people start approaching and say, "So, was everyone? Is everyone having a good time?"
Vickers comes up and looks a little bit. He looks a little bit shook. A bit pale. But generally he's happy. He has actually a big grin on his face. As he says, "Well, yes, we, Ciel and I, let's just say we created quite the spectacle."
Amanas frowns.
Oh, dancing. Nothing violent.
I
Amanas
mean,
nods sagely.
I cleaned that poker table very well.
Hmm.
Seemingly
Also,
I
we
got
just-
a rapier out of it. Well, the
Oh.
dancing was a spectacle, I would have to say.
I can't see Seal's token, but oh, there she is. She was like weirdly camouflaged. I was like, where is she?
It's my new vampiric ability.
I mean, could be.
What about the rest of you?
Ceres will smile and say, I had a very interesting time with a lovely gentleman and found out some blackmail material for later. And then I had a look around and saw the magic of this whole event. Found some interesting points in tension, and if push came to shove, I could take it over, but I doubt that'll be needed, really.
Amna's just destroying the altar behind.
Yep. Wrecking it.
Smite.
Sorry, what?
Doom and destruction.
Amnas will grunt and say, I played some sort of board game up in the Halls of Pride. Talked to one of the generals. There seems to be some sort of... maybe she is gathering allies or something. He's a minor but well-known commander fighting orcs in the east, normally. Didn't really understand why he was here. He said he was just invited because he's a friend. He shrugs. Maybe he is. Nothing supremely useful was gleaned. And then I went over there and fought some illusory monsters, I think, in the arena. He looks around. It's a bit extravagant and a bit of waste of time so far, if you ask me, but maybe something more concrete and useful can come out of it.
Well, might not be useful directly, Amanus, but indirectly, I believe we have created some influence for ourselves.
We shall see. She seems to be a indolent and indulgent sort. He looks at all like the gaudy, everything in here.
The werewolves are just staring at you.
Oh, he stares back. How can we stare down by some illusory werewolf?
Vicus turns around to Theo, crosses his arms and says, "Well, boy, what have you found then?"
There's a bunch of individuals here who all seem to have the war in the south in mind, or have a strong opinion.
Oh.
There's a bunch of people over in the bar who are all arguing and quite strongly. Some really for the Blood Elf War and some really against it. It looked like some of the servants were told to keep an eye on them. I think one of them was even jotting down what they were saying.
Well, if they're arguing about it and it's been something of interest, then perhaps we should go take a look. No violence yet, I assume. Well, that's good. Actually, speaking of, as he sweeps around again to everyone else, don't attack anyone unprovoked. There is some sort of being here that will take you out quite quickly if you break the rules. And he'll nod to Ceres.
Haldamir's away on baby duty.
Yeah, he'll nod to Ceres and he'll say, "We had a discussion. It would seem that it's being potentially summoned. So it could be everywhere and anywhere. be careful. Dark, there's mention of like the coming of this hour being like when she's gonna hold some address or something, right?
At the end of this hour, she will be opening her court for visitors.
Okay.
I think we agreed that we wouldn't go immediately because we
No?
don't want to look desperate.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it like open until the end of the night, or is it just like a?
It'll be open for a few hours at least.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's chill for the first hour, and then maybe.
yeah, I'm thinking that as well.
Yeah, up till now, though, her court's technically been open. No one's been in there.
Okay. Well, perhaps let's make a plan for the next hour, and then we can reconvene.
Ceres looks around, says, I think Estinian's probably arriving soon. I imagine that a dance would be in order there. Something
smiles.
less acrobatic than yourselves.
I wouldn't recommend our routine.
As Estinian
Lanio, my dear! You're looking absolutely radiant tonight.
It is spectacular how you can appear when the moment your name is spoken.
Might be because you spoke it.
Ah, makes sense.
Those of you better at insight may realize that is not entirely an accident.
He's actually been here for 3 hours before the show even started.
Just waiting for the appropriately dramatic moment.
Yeah.
But we don't know that he disguised himself as a human, that it was with Ceres.
Oh, he was the
The
fake
audacity.
incubus. He was the fake incubus.
Yes.
Maybe.
It's all
Did I hear
coming out
something
now.
about a dance, my dear?
Yes. As Ceres will give her compatriots a smile, and when the game is not paused, we'll head towards the ball. Away. And take an appropriate center stage.
So you're going to spend some time in the ballroom of envy.
Yeah. Is only fit and proper. I mean, I have to make sure a lot of people see the dress that I spent a fortune on.
That's fair.
Yeah, I know how many donkeys I could buy for how much this cost.
And
Crazy.
don't even want them.
I could feed part of our kingdom for a significant portion of time.
I don't think you eat donkeys.
I mean, you can. I don't think you want to.
Oh.
Substitute donkey for pig. There you go. Everyone wants to eat pig.
As a two sweep away, Vickers will look to Amanus and say, "You mentioned illusory creatures.
Nods.
I assume that's the what was it? Wrath's area."
Nods again. It is the most fun I've had so far. I have defeated a manticore and a basilisk. He eyes his gauntlet where maybe like a manticore, tooth or something hit him.
Well, as you say, if she indeed is looking for allies, perhaps we can both show everyone our physical prowess. Let's see what the biggest thing they have is.
He nods. Very well. That could be amusing. He looks over to Arkland. See if he has anything to add here.
He is kind of staring between the two of you. You almost get a slight sense just looking from him. He's wondering what the hell the house could summon to challenge you to. Well, I doubt I'll be able to help you directly with the combat, as it were.
I'm gonna smile slightly. That is fine. You can mingle around if you please, or you can follow along just to watch the spectacle.
If I may.
Of course. Almas will sweep past.
Before he goes, Vickers will turn to Theo and ask if you could see what that servant is writing, perhaps make a copy. Would be great.
I can try and get one.
Or perhaps the two of you. Whatever you wish.
Theo just smiles a little bit. He kind of enjoys being let off the leash to just be a bit of a thief.
Theo, find my apprentice as well. She's vanished.
Vickers will relay that to Theo and kind of roll his eyes a bit and say, make sure she hasn't gotten herself into trouble.
Last time I saw her, I think she went to the library.
That sounds about right. Just make sure she's okay in there. And then tell her she should probably come back out. I'm not going to go back to the Halls of Lust time soon, I think.
Oh.
Oh, Vickers is getting old. He forgot how to use doors.
I mean, in fairness, Amna's walked into a window, so...
They're
Close the
both
door.
getting old.
They're so well made, they're almost transparent.
They've been
I should have
buffed.
just walked through it like a 10,000 gold stained glass window. I'm just walked through it like.
I mean, the rules say nothing about vandalism.
This is a door now.
Legitimately, the rules don't say anything about breaking property.
True.
Breaking property
No.
is only against the ruls if the members of the house tell you to stop.
Walking through a window without flinching would be a power move.
It would be.
I wish I had like
Flinching.
or like a stone belt or something and just go straight through and be like, whatever.
Where is CL heading for herself?
Bar.
To the bar. Then you'll be looking at this door, or this door.
It was the halls of like the Hall of Sloth, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Theo can help her like stake out whatever she's doing.
I
Yes.
mean, if Theo wants to.
It's known as
It's up to him.
the room is a chalice of sloth, but yes.
Oh, there she is. I found her. Like where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? But Lady Charlotte.
Where's Charlotte?
Yeah, she's down in the study right now.
She is.
You told her to go read. It's like, okay, she will. That's perfectly in her interest. Okay. So we've got dance in envy. We've got two people down in wrath. Some drinking sloth. Okay. Heading outside. Of course, you're both able to head out to the battlegrounds because you haven't been here yet. Though you'd get a look at it briefly from inside. Though you were kind of on the ceiling at the time.
Yes.
Again, a number of targets kind of litter throughout the outside here. You see people practicing archery and swordsman play. A small makeshift bar is set up out here, but definitely what stands out more is what appears to be the kind of sandy sparring area, which would not stand out except for the barrels for cover and the glowing magical circle beneath it that apparently protects the fighters from actually dying during their fights.
All right.
A variety of seemingly nobles and other military-minded people stand around out here.
Well, Vickers would go to the I guess the desk / reception.
Also, I just realized she really blends in with the stone really well.
I actually didn't notice until you pointed it out.
Head up to the reception, and the servitor The angelic-looking servitor kind of moves over. Good evening. Welcome to the fields of Wrath.
Yes, thank you. I believe my lord has already been well acquainted with what you offer, and I wish to both of us take on that challenge together, if that is possible.
It indeed is.
But
The two of you wish
You-
to enter jointly.
indeed, and we would both of us propose it to you that you give us your best challenge. And no, before you ask, I do not require my weapon.
I presume I shall get your lord's one out of storage, however.
Yes, indeed.
The wolf guard is not gone for long to retrieve his sword this time, only being gone for maybe 10 seconds. It sounds like they didn't put it fully away, knowing he might be back.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
All right.
It's like would just reach around the door frame to pick it up, but that would be improper, so they have to go through
They just
the
left
door.
it just inside the door, so he just
Yeah.
only half leans in.
Look, they kind
Alright.
of knew Amnes might be back for this. They were told what kind of person they were dealing with.
I mean, he came to a ball in full plate, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Any individual, like, he's not the only one who came to the ball in full plate, but anyone who does is kind of expected they're probably going to be interested in fighting.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Okay.
The weapon over here.
The house will begin to prepare them as they start figuring out what might be an appropriate fight for the two of you.
Yes. As an appropriate preparation on our side, however, I would like to ask: is magic possible, like here?
You're able to use magic as part of the fight if you want to.
Okay.
As
Like, am
can the
I?
enemy.
Yeah, am I able to like use the pocket watch like as I go in, or is that something that only works when we're like started?
You don't. If you want it to actually take full effect, you need to cast it. Well, technically, you can cast it before you go in if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
There's
I
no
think
rule
it-
against it.
As long as they're sufficiently ready, it's not going to take like a minute. Of course, he'll use it just before stepping in,
Okay.
which will allow him to cast haste on himself. Let me actually use it so I remember that I've used it.
Yes. In your case, if you ever want to have your character come in, you can at any point. I've dropped you on them. You should be able to see yourself on the map, hopefully.
Oh yeah, he
Yes.
does blend in. Oh my
He
goodness.
does.
The elf.
If you want to just stay on the silence for the moment, you can. But just I'm giving you the option whenever you want to.
Sure, for the moment I'll stay out of this.
It's like
Okay.
the Wood Elf's nature mask.
But you should be able to drag your token though whenever you want to if you want to get involved, or just watch and clap. You know how it goes.
Clap, clap, clap.
The servitor makes his way this way, looking through the heavy-set tome of Wrath, trying to figure out exactly what to summon for you. You're two well-skilled people. As he seems to look up, trying, clearly a little uncertain what the correct thing to summon against Vickers was, perhaps not actually knowing how strong Vickers was.
That's the point. But I think Vickers can give him like a clear. Vickers always holds some like slimmer of a facade. Like he's not constantly looking like he's about to kill someone, but he can drop it for a second, give the guy a good measure of like how intimidating he can be
Well,
before he steps in.
if you're so inclined, then let's try this then.
Are you sure you want to stand in front of me when the big monster is going to be summoned?
No.
There's always going to appear on the opposite side of the circle from you.
Just, wasn't sure what the radius of the circle was.
Mhm.
As long as you're in a tile that's touching the glowingness, you're fine.
Okay, maybe here then. Uh,
As you start seeing the illusionary light take form on the other side of the battlefield.
Alright. Let's see. Vickers will haste himself.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh my.
Goodness.
Fuck is that?
It's like a giant of some kind.
Alright.
Indeed, some kind of giantoid appears, wielding a massive great axe, all shimmering out of the illusionary light. This almost breaching how big the circle can go for a single creature, but it maintains it.
All right. Frost giant, I'm guessing. But Amanas grins slightly, readies his weapon. It's time to go to work.
Yep. Oh, sweet. I'm just before you. That's great.
Giant, with your -1.
Yeah. they're not
Alpha
known for their
strike, go.
quickness. Yeah, Nova strike is shit.
May the rolls be with you.
Amulet is able to
Unleash.
take the initiative here.
I shall take the initiative. Amanas will step forward towards the creature, and he will cast Wrathful Smite and then attack. Here.
This combat seems to also draw some eyes from the audience.
Good, it's what we want. Ooh.
So let's swing it. Oh yeah! 13, probably miss.
Oh no, it's big.
Hard to say.
That is a miss.
That's another 13.
Oh.
Unfortunate, but I keep the spell. Because I'm concentrating on it. As long as I don't hit, I can keep swinging and probably hit.
I mean, you rolled a 5. Not a nice roll.
Can't do much
Alright.
with that.
Because surges forward to here. And this is more for sheep's sake, I'll describe again. As he goes to strike, there is a basically like a confluence of psionic energy on his fist, which juts out into like a red purplish a dagger of energy, and he's just gonna have at it here. He's gonna attack like a madman. So let's see, that's 1. That's a natural 1. Let's go for the bonus attack action. It's a 24.
24 will hit.
Oh,
Plus sneak attack. And then with the hasted action, I will disengage and pop myself back out here.
Really wise.
I don't know what reach that thing has, so that'll be him.
See if I survive this.
It's just one shot. Hope not.
It would be unfortunate. I kind of hoped I would hit. I would have hit it, but you know. Walking over me.
Eventually. I expected this.
You don't have to go here, it can still hit you from here.
Mm-hmm.
It's big enough.
Yeah.
The barrels are just being thrown to the side, but you know.
Naturally, yes.
As it's gonna take a swing at the person who just stabbed it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really?
Well then.
You won't take that critical damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna half that, but uncanny dodge. Thank you very much. Holy shit. That would be what? 38?
Just be able to hit the
Halved?
half.
So 19.
19. Concentration save will be half that damage, which is still under 10, so.
Actually, you have to do
Is it?
so much damage to get.
Yeah,
that,
so
like-
let me take half of that, first of all. Use crit damage, yes. Okay. And then I use my concentration check. How long is your aura?
10 feet.
You're
I'm just
outside.
out of it, yeah. Oh, we'll see. No, I failed.
I mean, what does that mean you are now?
It means I lose haste, which means I lose my next turn because I'm
Ah.
fatigued. So,
Stepped too far.
uh,
Also, by the way, it has a second attack.
okay. I'm not incapacitated though. I lose my next turn. That's a miss.
Unfortunate 2 on its side. That was really good damage for a single roll.
Usually how it goes. Bad attack roll, good damage, and the other way around.
Gotta get that fear on him. Or her.
I'm, working on it, but
It's an illusion, it's technically genderless.
Sure.
gonna try to hit 23.
A 23 would definitely hit.
Yes, that would be 12 damage and an additional. Oh, was it 5? So 17 damage, and he and she or it needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Let me see.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, yes.
Wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
Oh,
Okay.
makes it.
Makes it unfortunate, but I shall cast Wrathful Smite once more. And try
They
again.
it should still take the 5 psychic damage though from it, right?
It did.
All right. Oh yeah, it's a bonus action, so you can do it again.
Yes. Oh, got another 13. Just love the 13s
That's
over here.
unfortunate.
I think your
Sadly,
dice
another
is
whiff.
weighted, right?
Yeah.
Very poorly weighted, but it's weighted.
Alright, that's it.
Miss your turn.
Yes. Man, of course I crit the first thing. Such is life.
It will take a swing at
Oh,
both
by
of
the
you.
way,
It will, like,
By the way, you could have done just a step down here
sure.
to get Vickers into the aura, just in
Oh,
case.
thanks.
It will now take a swing at both of you and kind of doing like one big sweeping arc.
Sure.
Alright.
Arc away.
So first one against Vickers.
That just hits
Oh.
because I don't have my full armor on, right? So
That base damage? What the
I mean,
First
it's a
turn.
great action. Large great action.
however,
Big
my
damage.
turn was skipped. I can still use my reaction.
Hmm.
So I'll
Okay.
use my reaction on that. So I'll take half.
Keep halving it.
And the next one's against Amanus.
Yep. That's a hit.
Yikes.
I think it just rolled really well on that 31.
Yeah, it did.
It just didn't get like the max on a diet. That didn't
Yeah.
go green.
But ask for something that you asked for one of their bigger challenges.
It's true. I just didn't
Certainly
expect this
did.
course of events immediately.
3 5s from Amanas is very unlucky.
Yeah, miss attacks didn't get crit, and
Very
yeah,
unfortunate,
it's
all of it.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Swift action to lay on hands myself, I think. Let's do that. Features, yes, please. Attributes. Here we are. Yeah, we'll use a bit of this, I think. So let's do. Let's do. And heal myself. 25. Okay. Yeah, well, let's hit him again. Or attempt to. Nope. And 19 might.
A 19 is a hit.
Alright. Then he'll take 11 damage plus 2. So 13 damage, and another will save on the dude.
Yay!
Alright, he fails. He's frightened of me. He can save turns. Let's see. Next time you hit a creature with melee attack duration. Additionally, the target is a creature must take a wisdom saving throw, be frightened until the spell ends. As an action, the creature can make a wisdom check against your spell DC to resolve it at the end to end the spell. So you can use an action to try to shake it off. Otherwise, it just keeps going for a minute, I believe. Alright, I have frightened him, so disadvantage on attack rolls. Hopefully, no more crits now.
We shall see.
I'm done.
All right. Well, I mean, let's have at it.
The abyss with thee.
18.
Is a hit.
All right. So attack.
Nice.
14. Bonus action attack. 13's probably a miss.
It is indeed a miss.
All right. Let's see. This won't matter in the least. Yeah, it has what 10-foot reach.
Yes.
Then I can squish myself here. Not that it matters, but it's easier to be behind anyway. Do I have anything else? Nope, that's it. Just have to weather the storm.
Giant not afraid of you. Oh.
We shall see. Miss. And miss.
Well, are they both on you?
Mhm.
Oh, nice.
Yes. As Amina sees the dreaded fear take hold on the creature, he smiles. Haha.
The dreaded fear.
The dreaded fear.
I guess to make save against it, right?
Nope.
Nope. He doesn't. He can spend
That
an
spell
action.
one it
spend an
requires an action,
Ah.
or for Jonas to lose concentration.
Yeah.
I guess.
Alright, let's swing it. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Alright, so 14 damage on the first one and a crit for minimum damage, but
Crit's crit.
14 plus 8 is 22.
Does smite damage on crits double? Or is that just
Yeah,
smite
they
damage?
do, as a matter of fact. So maybe I should just. You know what? Maybe I'll smite. Maybe I'll do a slightly smite here. Slightly smite. When you step.
The giant is not stunned by Zolz's extra effects.
All right.
Oh right,
Uh,
yeah.
Yeah, I have a thunder thing on it.
Smiting as a trait.
I will add on a branding smite on top of this for 4d6 damage then.
Oh boy,
Is that
incoming.
A branding smite. What?
crit
From the
or-
prayer beads.
Oh, from the prayer beat. Yeah.
Okay.
Juicy.
Lovely.
Well, I don't know. I thought you were just using your normal smite feature.
I mean, I could. I use
Whatever.
the branding smites are for free though, so I'd rather use them first.
Go for it.
Well, 10 damage, so nothing.
I
Nothing.
mean, 10
amazing.
damage is 10 damage.
Yeah.
Give me the difference for me.
Complete the mission, Vicus.
I don't know.
It's just these arcing like thundering crashes into him. Blood, spectral blood flying in all directions.
Alright, let's see. That's a miss.
Yes.
26. 11 sync attack. Ooh. I don't know if that's enough.
20 in total. 5,
Oh no. Oh,
Oh.
I don't know if it's dead or not. Yay! Nice.
Ah.
Perfectly fine.
As your fight against the giant comes to an end, its tremendous hulking body collapsing forwards right in front of Vicus. Because I'm having to dodge the axe as it falls down from above.
Yeah.
The illusionary form beginning to slowly dissolve apart straight after. Though the entire audience seems very impressed as you get a small round of applause from most individuals spectating.
Who dares not applaud? I'll attack immediately.
I mean, this one's not applauding.
Wow. What a fucker.
Who the fuck's that guy?
Yeah. Drag him out and beat him up.
I like how everyone's cursor just goes straight to.
How dare you?
How
dare
is
you?
this?
The angelic circle,
Sergeant
the angelic circle though, does seem rather impressed.
Indeed.
Well,
Now,
the
Off
you
to the
know,
infirmary.
Soldier's blade is like smoking, you know, it's just the celestial radiant fire that it burned with, and the lightning just crackles and like steam rising from it as he slams it back into the scabbard.
Vicus has a pretty hefty giant axe gash along the length of his arm, but he's standing pretty tall. Like he's not letting it make him show weakness.
I mean, I saw that Vickers dodged the worst of that. He's,
Perhaps I'll inject myself here in a moment once you finish talking.
yeah, prepare injection.
One dose of sheep.
Because to the south, one of the spectators who also did not applaud, however, not because he was not impressed, simply because it didn't seem appropriate to him, you would assume. Observing the sparring match with professional interest is a silver dragonborn, easily 2 meter, well above 2 meters, and about as broad, built like a barn, wearing a fine, although fairly undecorated plate armor, not really showing any like capes with insignias or medals or really any symbolism that would indicate who he's associated with. Just his pristine and well-polished equipment. So he sort of has his arms crossed, leaning against the corner of the building down there, observing, like nodding as he sees you victorious. Although for the time being, he still holds his distance. His interest, however, is most definitely on, well, mostly Amonis here, as he's sort of perhaps observing where he's gonna go next.
Vicus is gonna roll a perception here because he would be the type of one to notice that sort of distant attention. So let's see if he can. Because I don't assume that you're intentionally trying to hide yourself, right? You're just kind of
No,
passively...
not at all.
Right. Let's see.
Like this was a convenient spot to watch from, not a place to hide and peek around the corner.
Perhaps it's a slight gleam of the light off his armor, but Vicus does notice. Also, of course, the fact that you are not clapping, which in itself is dissimilar from everyone around him. He takes stock of the fact that you're wearing armor, and telepathically he'll poke Amonis and say, "It looks like there's someone here that took your advice as well." And he'll kind of casually twist Amonis to point in that direction, because Amonis, not the most perceiving of folks.
Not necessarily, no.
But with that, Vicus is going to get himself treated because his arm hurts.
You may head into the infirmary and get fully healed up if you wish.
Yes.
What's the facial expression of this guy over here? Who didn't clap.
The man over there, examining them, they're definitely one of the least well dressed out here. Being an individual, almost in very much tribal style armor. Though it's ceremonial, it's tribal. Clearly more practical over, formality.
Right, some sort of hobo, sure.
He appears Like he appears impressed, but he doesn't. But he doesn't ordain to put down his spear and clap for you. Just nodding slightly, and
Wait, he has a spear?
he
He's
does have a
armed?
spear. He's been on the training dice, so
Yes, very convenient. Well,
most of the people out here in the field of Rathe end up having weapons on them, just because they're often most of them are sparring. Only place in the house they do have weapons.
alright.
The servitor does seem to make a motion for you to follow him back to the bar as your companion goes to get treated.
Ooh, more prizes.
Yeah, so you get a stuffed animal.
Well, we weren't expecting anyone. We weren't expecting just 2 people alone to take down the Frost Giant. We've not had that in quite a few years, actually.
And smiles. And says, well, we are an impressive sort.
I can tell. Well, as it stands, you are. I think you have made an excellent show of yourselves this evening. You seem to even have fans. He gestures over to the people still kind of gawking at a distance.
Amalas looks around, grunts, and looks back at him.
You clearly have a reputation well deserved.
Thank you for the entertainment. It has been pleasant. He looks at like a gouge in his arm.
Do you need medical treatment as well?
Maybe yes, something small, perhaps.
Our doctors will treat you again free of charge.
Amalas will walk past the towards the infirmary as well. He'll throw an eye at the silver dragonborn.
Who will return a nod and basically say that was a well fought victory. Those blows looked real enough, I suppose. I would like to talk to you at some point, once it is convenient for you. It appears that now might not be the best time, considering he sort of nods towards the gash.
Amalas shrugs. And looks towards Vickers, who's like being treated, and he says, I am fine. He does a short nod towards the Dragonborn and says, you have my attention.
Very well. One can learn much watching someone fight, and even more so directly after. Your desire to not immediately get your meager wound looked at speaks well of you.
Torin would get when he looks upon Amanas for real and close up, he can definitely get a sense that Amanas he's seen some shit, right? He has stared into the abyss and sort of crawled out of a hole or something. There's definitely there's definitely darkness, like, or horror or something, like tainting his soul or his backstory. Like it there is a palpable feel of sorrow and loss coming from him. And if Torin was a lesser creature, like a commoner or something, he might feel just latent fear and like a compulsion to just obey and do whatever Amanas says, or just try as much as he can to help him. But since Torin is, a mighty warrior of some experience, this rolls off. Like, it doesn't actually compel him, but he can feel the presence of this sort of aura of dark majesty around Amanas.
Yeah. Torin, while he might not have like an obvious darkness about him, certainly is not on the younger end either, and most definitely has seen some combat. Even if his plate mail is pristine and doesn't show a single dent really, as if completely new, his face speaks a bit of a different story. The scales sort of lost their younger gleam, showing some age with the occasional scar and faded face paint. He gives Amanus here a quick look over, a inquisitive glance, basically, before he says, Would there be anywhere we can speak in some privacy? I've got an offer, perhaps. I would at least like to introduce me properly. For now, I can simply tell you my name. I am Torin. I am not from here, though the details I would rather not discuss in public.
Amanus nods and says, I am Amanus Zeal. I believe, he looks around, there are some sort of more private rooms around here. Although I hesitate to call anything private in this mansion.
I would not expect any place to be private, although there's nothing that I would like to talk about that the Duchess not already knows, so sort of like gives a clanking shrug.
Amanus will nod and will communicate to Vickers that he will go and talk with this hulking dragonborn, whose name is Torin. And I guess we'll go and try and find somewhere a bit more secluded where we can have a talk.
You could, if you want, if it's somewhere secluded, you could go. Is the actual chapel on site? Given not many people, as you understand, are in the chapel during a party.
Sure.
I will teleport your tokens over there if you want.
Good to me. Whee!
I haven't actually visited the chapel thus far, but it's not too interesting.
We collectively T-pose and hover through the walls.
Pretty much.
I love.
Vickers comes out and everyone's gone. It's like, what?
And just everyone's just like floating T-posing around. He's just gone crazy. He's like got a blood infection or something.
Place works.
As we walked here, Torin can probably tell from Amanus walk that he's definitely a fighter. He walks and keeps himself as someone who is ready to attack at a moment's notice. Maybe he's like constantly on guard, or maybe that's just sort of the trauma of his history. You also get the feeling that he probably not too long ago was pretty overweight, probably. But he seems like someone who has lost a lot of weight recently. It's just his skin is a bit sallow and hangs off his face a little bit. And I mean, the scar over his eyes also show that he's seen some pretty rough times. But there is spring and energy and determination in his step. It doesn't look old and like, broken. Rather that he has found some new vigor in recent years.
Alright. It is certainly something that maybe Amanus knows that Torin knows.
Mm-hmm.
I moved into the darkness, help.
Someone spoke over there and we are immediately brought over.
Yeah.
Sorry, just while that distraction is going on, can I heal to full then, or
Yes,
is there?
you can.
Oh, okay.
Thorin, after a short pause, will say to Amanus, Amanus Zeal, I know about you, or at least know of you. I was not looking for you when I headed this way, however, the Duchess and I were talking about many a thing, as one does when one drifts through life. And your quest came up. One that I very much empathize with. I hear that you're looking to reclaim that which belongs and has always belonged to you.
Amanus nods and says, yes, I have done many unwise things in my life. A good portion of it was wasted on sloth and pride, and he sort of, motions around the house, everything in this house, pretty much. I paid for it with my inattention and uninterest, and indolence led to treachery. I am not sure why yet, but he sort of looks, sort of stares a little bit at the altar for a second, and then he says, I belong on the throne, and I intend to show myself worthy of it this time, not just being handed it through inheritance. I realize that I must fight for it to prove my worth. I have, I believe, a mandate of heaven to do so. And as he speaks, you know, he loses a little bit of his self-control, and you can see a faint halo light up around his head. His angelic blood, although it is also tainted by the sorrow and like his failings, it still shines with a silvery light of the moon.
Thorin listens. He very much seems like the kind of person who takes a moment or two longer than most. Not because he needs to, but because he considers. As he says, you have a mandate of heaven, and yet you don't wait for divine intervention to hand you what you deserve. No, you're the person who works for it. If I may, I so far, of course, only had the possibility to make educated guesses about you at best. Perhaps you could tell me how close I am with my judgment of you.
Amanas nods and says, I believe that the gods help those who prepare and those who help themselves. Much of the empire is fallen because people are handed things without working for them. Nobles inherit titles, they grow indolent and fat. They don't do anything except... He sort of looks around again at the extravagance around him. They just idle away while the kingdom suffers. It has been under the predations of, well, monsters, alien powers, false preachers, and nobles, and he shakes his head. It is a mess. One that I have a hand in creating through my inattentiveness. And as I said, I intend to put things right. I am not sure why I was deposed. I only know that I was. Maybe that was a mandate of heaven as well. He shrugs. Who can say? But as I stated before, I intend to work for it and I intend to take it back. I believe I'm on the right path. And you can see he like imperceptibly sort of a hand sort of slightly moves up to his crown that he wears, and you can see it touch the middle gem, which sparkles with a faint, like fiery light, almost as if there is something inside of it.
Thorin like tilts his head slightly as he observes. Before he says, and I believe you're very well aware of perhaps not the impossibility of your quest, but at least the challenges it will provide. And the fact that you are looking for allies in strange places. The Duchess, from what I've heard, of course, from others and herself, is powerful, but perhaps a mercurial ally at best, representing exactly that which you seem to be opposed to. As far as I'm aware, yet you are still here to try to gain her support.
The game we are playing is a long one and a complex one. Retaking a kingdom is more than just showing up in the capital and declaring that the throne is yours by right. Even if that is true, you need allies and power to back up such a claim, especially in my case. And since I have once failed ruling this nation, I am acutely aware that I need to prove my worth to retake it. No one would follow me just because of who I was. I must prove worthy with actions and deeds. The Duchess is a strange ally, but we have many strange allies, and perhaps out of that strangeness, something new and interesting can be forged. If sameness and what would you call it? I'm losing the words in English. Like stagnation. Yes. If sameness and stagnation was a course of the fall of the Empire, perhaps a new, more interesting, sort of waves a hand, mixture of people and interests would do better. I have endeavored to fill my cohorts and my council with people that have different views, and some that are, or at least were, recently commoners. I'm hoping to see more angles now than what I did before. If the Duchess is willing to help, I am willing to take that help. Even though I might disagree with some of her extravagance, she does seem to be well liked by her subjects. At least I have not found any open opposition to, which speaks well for her rule, I think.
If someone like her is to be part of the very foundations of your plan, it appears, it suggests there's an air of, and I mean no offense with this, desperation surrounding your quest. I suppose it could be rephrased as you being willing to take risks. You having to take risks, in fact. Yet you are someone with the potential and obvious desire and ambition to become influential, to reach that goal of yours, to regain your throne.
Yes. The
Someone
quest...
like you is exactly who I'm looking for.
Yeah, he squints a little bit and says, I have seen signs that I would count as favorable. I believe I am on the right path. My strength has grown rapidly over the past year or so. I am filled with new vigor and new purpose. I am sure I am doing what is right, and I'm sure I'm being blessed for it. Yeah, look Torin up and down and says, Now, tell me a little about yourself, then, Dragonborn. You are obviously a fighter of considerable skill and experience, judging by your scars.
He pauses. Says, I would not count my scars as proof of my skills, yet they certainly hint at experience. I come from the east, not from this land, although the details of what I used to do before, I would rather not talk about too much. I was stationed at the northern border fighting orcs. I was suppose the equivalent would be a squad commander of a sort. However, I was in that lowly position for years and years. A position with enough authority to do a lot of work, yet none of the prestige nor influence, which was reserved exclusively for those who would enter the army, do a week of pretending to be soldiers, and then being promoted directly to the top, where they did nothing, other than wearing fancy dress armors, leading from the back, taking credit, but never giving credit. It is not dissimilar to what you suggest. You dislike the fact that names mean no more than merit, mean more than action. I consider myself loyal, disciplined. I did not consider the wrongness of it for many years yet. However, recently it got too much. I left. I had no plan, only that I wanted to go west. That was me pausing to think where west is. And find a new life somewhere. Worked as a caravan guard for a bit. Somehow ended up here, finding the Duchess. But now I'm trying to make plans for my future. I am growing too old to once again start a new career somewhere, to prove myself by digging latrines and delivering messages. I need to take risks myself. Hence why I'm approaching you.
Nods slowly.
You look to be one who may appreciate risks, who may not flinch at the idea of me being as up front as I am, requesting a way for me to claim the position I too deserve. Though my goals, of course, are less specific than yours. I am looking for a position that properly reflects my skill, dedication, discipline, character, actions. Something I could never get in the past. Obviously, you have no reason to even consider doing that, no matter what you say about filling your retinue with various perspectives. Nor is your own influence at this very moment particularly significant. However, perhaps I can prove myself, while at the same time learning whether you are, in fact, the character I have so far only made educated guesses from hearsay about. And in time, perhaps your advancement towards your goals would inevitably be intertwined with my best interests for a satisfying future.
Amanas thinks. He has listened intently to what Torn has said. And he has considered the silvery halo has waned from around him, and now he mostly seems deep in thought. He says, "It seems to be, Torin, that you and I are alike on many aspects, and this pleases me. I would welcome you into my service, if you are so inclined. I will say that for those people who do wish to truly serve my cause, all do require to swear oaths of fealty to me."
He sort of gives a short nod at that and says, I expected as much. However, while I would be willing to do such a thing, it would also be words with little meaning behind them. I don't know you. You don't know me quite yet. The words, while binding in spirit, or some other way I suppose, would have more weight if we had traveled for some time, if I had seen more of you rather than just fighting illusional giants.
Yes, I think that is a fair perspective. The oaths that are sworn to me are to be sworn willingly and with a true heart. Such oaths to a king hold power. It is how I have claimed much of my destiny myself. I do not require you to swear it now. I actually much prefer it that you do so when you feel the time is right. However, you are still welcome to travel with us to prove yourself and to see the measure of me and my reach, as well as that of my companions and my council.
He nods. While my most recent decisions do not reflect on my loyalty nor the discipline I so like to mention about myself, I do not intend to make that the rule. It was an exception.
He nods and says, "In that case, Sir Torin, you are welcome to join us for the remainder of the night. Perhaps you can tell us some more about this Duchess, since you are the only one, I believe, who of my party that has actually met her and talked to her and perhaps even know her."
I'm afraid I will have very little to offer. Our words were brief. I did some work for her, clearing out some bandits. In response, she gave me. He sort of like pats the armor, like knocks at the armor that he wears. This, which far outvalues the effective work I've done. It was, of course, connected to some sort of game she wanted to play. The rewards I was going to get for the job were not exactly specified, and I got to choose from 3 unopened boxes with unknown contents.
Amanas snorts derisively.
From what Amnes can tell, they're just looking. He's wearing plate mail, but it's no ordinary plate. Even from a distance, you can tell. You can see turquoise gemstones embedded in, careful engravings and runes. That is most certainly a magical full plate he's got equipped.
All right, Amanas will raise an eyebrow. Now taking in the armor and says, "It seems to me then, Sir Torin, that you choose wisely."
An incredibly generous gift. The Duchess, however, seems to be the kind of person who, while she has plenty of power and wealth, obviously, puts much of her effort into creating enjoyment for herself through elaborate games in which we are the pawns.
Yes, that she does. If I may ask, you are a warrior of some skill, as I've noted, but what exactly is your speciality? How do you fight? And what are your actual combat abilities? Squad leader?
I was not a squad leader because of my ability to lead. I was a squad leader because I knew what needed to be done, because I learned every single one of my allies to know them as well as I did my enemies. I fight, and I fight well. I don't rely on magic nor divine influences. I train.
What armaments does Torin have?
Well, right now you wouldn't be carrying any, I assume.
I suppose so. Yeah,
You-
they're all disarmed.
You'd have a shield on him, I guess, technically.
Amnes ran out with the sword. Get him.
He wouldn't have been able to leave the room. The boils would just step there like sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, Torin might be wearing like a shield on the back, which is like a sizable, like borderline great shield. I guess for a non 2 meter plus Dragonborn, it would be like a tower shield, but
Yeah.
for him, it's just size appropriate.
Sure. So,
That one, however, is not nearly as ornate as the plate armor, but has seen plenty of dents and scrapes.
it's like
much of
army
this-
issue.
Yeah, basically. Well taken care of. Like it's absolutely like clean, but it's still dented.
Right. I mean, Amanas would see that as a very good sign. Always be very suspicious about military people in too shiny armor. Okay. All right. All right. Well, Amanas will nod again and say, as you might have guessed, we are here to try to impress the hostess of this bacchanal orgy that is going on, and to get an audience with her so we can actually try to find out what she wants and what she needs in return for backing us. Although your description of her as a mischievous troublemaker might work in our favor, she might simply delight in undermining the Duke of Alcend, which I believe she has no love lost for.
I would hazard the guess that she is not ignorant of the consequences of her decisions, but rather embraces the risks because she delights in the chaos that might come from them.
I know the type. I'm gonna sort of, stares like 1,000-yard stare for a second. Well, I think, Torin, that you will fit quite well into our group. It is an eclectic mix, and some of them might not be what you would consider military personnel. More sort of trails off a little bit. What I'm trying to say is that I am perhaps the more austere of our group. I hope you're not too incensed about fancy dresses and courtly mages as he gets up.
Well, it doesn't say anything to that.
He smiles slightly. Even though I might dislike excess myself, it does fill a purpose. And that is to project power and influence. Useful tools for one to rule.
Thorin nods. It is a tool like many other. In fact, this is a battlefield, not one that I would think the two of us are too familiar with. But it is a battlefield where the armor is pricey clothing and the weapons are words.
He nods. Exactly. Now then, Sir Thorin, if it would please you, you can join me, and we can walk back and see if my my good retainer Vickers has mended that great axe wound he took.
Thorin will nod and silently follow.
We will return back, or
Very
at
well.
least Amanas will return back to the House of Wrath to just check up on Vickers a little bit.
I will, for the moment, move the camera, though, to a place where I think words being weapons is far more appropriate. The Ballad of Envy.
I will also say that Amanas has relayed this to Vickers, like the conversation.
All of it, or just essentials?
Essentials.
Yeah, he doesn't. Does he
It
want to
wasn't
keep
Real
Thorin's?
time, constantly.
No, it doesn't need like a stream of conscience. Just
No, but what
use-
I'm trying to say before like we switch here, are you giving Vickers Thorin's like entire intentions, or just giving you the basis of the deal he made?
He is giving Vickers the entirety of it because
Okay.
Vickers is his most trusted retainer, and he trusts Vickers to watch his back and be his bodyguard.
The spy master
And-
knows everything.
And Spy Master should know everything. And the more Vickers knows about Thorin, the better, because that means hopefully he doesn't need to, sneak on Thorin as much, or
It's true. He would be quite suspicious. But you
Yep.
want Vickers to keep that to himself, obviously.
obviously.
All right. Okay.
And also send out that, even though we're bringing Thorin in and he seems like a good sort, so upstanding, keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Because
He'll send out a general memo. But
Yeah,
yeah, that's
um,
it. As we switch over.
because we've had infiltrations.
Yes. Moving the scene over to the Ballad of Envy. The ballroom is in constant swing with various dances going on right now. Most of them quite slow. Lady Serena right now seems to be flirting with one of the illusionary angels, whispering sweet words, and you think you could even see whoever's below, like the illusion, like even though the angel guy's over the top, you think you can still see the angel blushing.
I love the harpy. She's so good.
She's seemingly having fun toying with the staff.
Yeah. As she should.
Still, you have decided to take a good Captain Estinian out to the center stage.
I think it's a good opportunity to draw some eyes. I paid a fortune for this gown. Might as well get people looking.
It is absolutely fabulous dress. If you haven't seen it, Sheep, it's on the main homepage. You can check. Everyone's outfits were put on there.
It's
Not that it's super important.
glorious.
It is Viserys, but
It is for Ceres. And the harpy.
yes, currently various slow dances are going on at the moment. A good opportunity though, just to mingle and also enjoy some time with the good captain, as well as get yourself seen in a very public place. Many nobles here wear garbs clearly meant to project their wealth and influence. There is one noble in the room covered in so many gems you think she could be taking armorship penalty from it.
Gaudy, I say.
Most certainly. While others, it's so last season. And it clearly tells, as you take your stance with Estinian around, you can hear the words whispered about. You can hear the back of the scene mockings and the talk. Various individuals, the rumours, the gossip, some of which being spread by your own harpy, and some being spread by the various patrons hereof. Everyone is being judged for their attire. Everyone is being judged for the actions and words they've spoken, for the company they keep. Ceres is no exception to that matter. Her very fabulous dress and the presence of the, by some, very attractive Captain Astinian has only been noted. As you can hear, you can almost sense jealousy, eyes of green, kind of watching from the backdrop. You couldn't pinpoint a single person, but you can feel the presences.
Ah, it's perfect. It's the whole point of the ballad of envy.
Most certainly is. The environment has been well designed for it.
I think Ceres will enjoy some slow dance, but I imagine that she and the harpy had arranged at some point to create a spectacle where the harpy could try and convince the orchestra, like the musicians here, to change to something a bit more upbeat. To really
She can arrange such for you.
stretch the legs.
She can certainly arrange such for you indeed, as a time into the dances and the dances, something much more cheery, something with a bit more of a beat to it begins to start. Something fast, something active, something to really stretch your legs to. As well as the lighting in the room changing slightly, you're seeing slightly more of the houses, kind of wandering rainbow lights slowly entering and slowly almost creating mood lighting around the center. Eyes are on the scene here, and a powerful moment to perhaps try and send a message to the room. What kind of message is Ceres wanting to send? That becomes the question.
I think.
Do you want to convey wealth, power, influence?
I think a mixture. She wants to make a statement that not Istinian, but she is the person that people should keep an eye on. That she possesses the power, the influence, and the wealth to put the ballroom to shame.
Very well. You can attempt me a persuasion skill check as the dance goes on. You take your opportunities to try and really show yourself to the room. Captain Astinian more than giving you ample opportunities to show yourself off. He's happy to have you with him.
23.
Oh, I also should note, technically, since you've paid so much for your dress, you take advantage on this roll.
All right. 24.
As you begin to make a scene, dancing around and very much just kind of flashily showing yourself off to the room, letting your dress reflect off the bright lights, making your show of wealth clear as you very much claim the center stage all to yourself without no force, need harsh words, just for your presence, solely claiming the center of the room to be your territory. You're the one in charge here.
Exactly.
Even as the other couples move around the room. As you're doing such, and a song comes to its end, however, there's a brief moment where Ceres is approached by a pair of young noble ladies, make their way over towards you. They start giving you all the standard compliments and such that you'd very much expect. Compliments, greetings, asking you about your fine dress and where you got it from.
Are they even anybody of note? Anyone that matters? They're just random.
They do introduce themselves. One appears to be the minor daughter of some nearby count. The other one, however, introducing themselves to be the second daughter of Duke Valind from the Deep South.
Oh, okay. Still, I don't think anyone that Ceres would particularly care about. The Duke from the Deep South.
Can you make me an insight check as you are
Oh, definitely.
having your pleasantries?
I have advantage because of my ring. Ah,
Right.
13.
13. As the conversation is going on, you realise too late what exactly is going on here as they kind of come up and smooth talk you, how giving you the compliments, and get themselves ready to just head on their way. As you know, to another noble lady who you're fairly sure now, but it's too late by the time you realise is in on it. Comes on and bumps one of the ladies, spilling wine all over you.
That's fine. Ceres will, in the moment that this happens, will effectively excuse her and Estinian by plunging them into a darkness. And in that darkness, will prestidigitation her dress clean.
One moment. So you're going with darkness.
Mm-hmm. Then within the same turn, because that's just a bonus action she can do, in the same turn casting prestidigitation to clean the gown, and then dropping it moments later as she looks exquisite yet again.
Everyone's kind of staring and blinking like, what the hell just happened?
Ceres will smile, taking a step back and say, "It's such a shame that your sweet wine landed on the floor." As she'll sweep Estinian away with her.
One of the servants comes over and refills her goblet as she stands there, just jaw dropped. Not entirely sure what to make. She's doing her best to try and cover it up, but too late. The damage is done.
And I think Ceres will sort of twist the dagger as she will like let out a hearty giggle as she twists into another dance with Estinian, showing that she really is in control of this whole ball.
You most certainly have that reputation now. Okay. First skill check was just succeeded by the fact you just spent your sorcery points on it, I believe.
Yeah. So spent the sorcery point to cast the darkness and prestidigitation is obviously a cantrip.
As certainly now the entire room is now just there is now this kind of twinge of both clear respect that you clearly are some kind of also mage of note. At the same time, also caution that you were able to pull that off in here, and none of the servants seem to be saying anything.
Nothing. No rule was broken in any way.
You cast from sorcery points, which means they didn't even see
There wasn't a single mana crystal used. It was just, well, I suppose cantrip ones were used, but they didn't need to see those because it was pitch darkness that only Ceres could see through.
Which does mean, as far as the house is concerned, no rules were broken.
Mm-hmm. So I think
There is definitely a sense of fear now in the air.
good.
It's respectful fear to you.
But I think Ceres will enjoy like the last dance, but before the mystery around her, the curiosities around her vanish, she'll make sure Estinian is in on it as they dance like further and further to the exit, and then with some timing, both like misty step sort of out the way to end.
As you both can repeatedly do whenever you want.
Yeah.
Due to your actions there, Halldamir,
Mhm.
I'm going to give you basically 3 little tokens you can make a little note for yourself of.
Mm.
At any point during this night, when anybody in the party attempts a charisma-based roll, you can choose to re-roll it if you don't like the result.
Ooh. Just once.
She has 3 uses of this.
Oh.
As Ceres's kind of influence is now starting to send rumors through the party. Actually, technically it's 4 times because you've got Captain Stylian, who gives you +1.
Ah, Estinian.
Oh.
One.
As now the entire party somewhat is cautious around you.
That's why I left this for just before we went to see the Duchess. Gives plenty of time for the rumors to hit her. Fresh and new.
I've also updated I'm updating the ball's progress. And that's both unique rewards out of the ballroom now. So you can always go in there for other purposes. But
As a reminder, it's pinned in Discord.
yes, it's pinned in Discord, seeing the maximum rewards from each room. Now, as we take a look over to what is the bar. No one so far has been here, but a makeshift drinking hall has been sprung up on the property. One of the side rooms turned into a rather nice bar with it's not bright and gaudy like most of the other places. It's almost rustic, except with much finer furniture. Various sweet ales, wines, beers are all being served. Rumors are being had, and just gossip being spoken. No one here seemed to have full kind of control of their faculties. And the entire atmosphere is relatively quite relaxed in here for the most part, even if there's sometimes some heated debate. The shopkeepers at the bar kind of smiles a little bit, a finger to her lips as Theo approaches. Good evening, Miss Vampire.
Good evening. Has been a wonderful night. Could I get something sweet?
Oh, of course. As she go ahead and makes up a cocktail for you. A sweet, slightly citrusy cocktail made of blood orange.
A peculiar thing.
How apropos.
As there is a slight smile on the sacrifice's face as she puts it across, though it is delicious and it is sweet.
I guess she will ask very likely, was I being expected to be here?
We were told to expect your presence in case you got thirsty. We also have a specialty stock if you require it.
You do?
Our Duchess always wishes to give all a pleasant evening.
That is wonderful to hear. I wasn't actually expecting that.
You may visit us whenever you feel you need a quick refreshment.
I mean, I can take a second class right away.
As she will pull out a very red bottle from a secure container under the bar. And pour out this beautiful glass of red wine. It's definitely not red wine.
Yeah, Ciel will enjoy both of them.
Do enjoy the tables of sloth for yourself. Take your load off, relax.
Extend. Sadly, I'm here to hear the rumors, talk about the rumors, and hear the gossip and that kind of stuff.
Straight to the point. Not for you. Still, you might as well enjoy yourself. Rumors stir up here all the time. Loose lips.
Hopefully. As Ciel will talk in the bar area, you know, in the also hearing distance of the the bartender, kind of purposely, about two rumors that she wants to get around.
So, important question: are you trying to spread a rumor, or are you trying to find out or are you trying to search for a rumor?
I would like to spread a rumor.
Okay. What rumor would you like to try and spread?
I would like to spread about a closer, alliance, loosely, between the court maze of Sorkai, Lady Serral, and
Mhm.
Captain Estinian of the Silver Isle, by telling the tale of Captain Estinian joining the Sahagin raid, and establishing it like how they party joined together by both parties and took down this Sahagin periodic campaign and took down their bit exaggerating oh, they took down this Sahagin demon that they were summoning. Some exaggerate it was their deity or something, but I think they were simply overflowing the story with more
What?
detail.
You wish to try and raise the fame of the party a little bit here.
Yeah,
Very well.
there's
This-
like deeper connections and stuff.
It's not a difficult task to attempt. This one's based on true events, even.
Yeah, it is.
Since it's based on true events, you can use persuasion for this. You attempt to spread the word around.
Oh, that's a fucking bad roll.
Oh,
Really
isn't it
fucking
good
bad.
for you that I can force a reroll?
Are you spending a reroll, Halldamir?
Yes, I shall spend a reroll.
20.
Excellent.
Very thematic.
I mean, if you're going to spread
the
rumors
word
about
comes
me,
from the dance
Yeah.
area about Estinian and Lady Serral.
That's fair. That's currently going on right now. For the rest
Yeah.
of
I mean, the true love can be very inspiring. It's beautiful to see.
As you begin to tell the story, start expelling the information, perhaps not everyone would have believed you, but then that just happened in the ballroom minutes ago.
True. What did happen?
Word and rumors have spread. You've heard of some kind of inky blackness apparently just having filled up the entire ballroom. Briefly. Still, your words add into the cacophony of rumors, and you certainly start, after some time, you start end up hearing the rumors spread without your without your intervention. You just start hearing, you hear some others, for example, come to the bartender and ask her what's going on, or people to keep interest of, and she mentions that the brave captain has found a powerful mage at the court. Your group's reputation certainly starts taking a bit of an uptick as people, but they may not necessarily know your group immediately. Captain Stinian in this local area has a strong reputation. Does help. In addition, can you please roll me a d20? Seven. You also hear some just muttered rumours going around of another kind while you're in here, enjoying a nice drink to yourself. Rumours, in particular in this case, about the Duchess. Apparently, though you don't know the validity of this or not. Apparently, hearing that she has been sending out a lot of She's been having a lot of meetings as of late. With a distant group of merchants far over the sea. Apparently having recently agreed some kind of new trade route for the trade of all things, if you can believe it, of dragon scales. For strange things to trade. Again, you're unsure of the validity, but it's an interesting rumor.
Wonderful.
This ends the third time block for the evening. Which will bring the group to 10 p.m.
I think this is where we regroup to speak with the Duchess.
Yes.
Do we now go at the first hour?
Yeah,
The first hour was what we just did, I believe.
Now it hits 10 p.m. is actually when the announcement will go out that her court will now be open for visitors.
Oh,
okay.
okay. No,
okay,
we
so
wait
I guess
another hour.
we gotta wait another hour.
But the group is able to meet up if they want to share anything, of course.
Well, we have someone to introduce.
Yes.
So-
That's true.
Vicus will send out to meet up in the place we met up before.
Yes, all of you can meet up in front of the statuary again. But it's a good spot. There's not too many people here.
I can't T-pose through walls anymore. What is this?
I can T-pose you through walls. You can't T-pose yourself through a wall.
Stinian, come here.
It's
You
a
are by
level
my
30
side now.
ability.
Charlotte, where are you? Get back here, girl.
You did say to go get her, so she will.
I can bring her. Oh, okay. I'm gonna fetch her.
It is always amusing seeing the NPCs just float across the map.
Right? It's great.
Everyone gather. Places, people.
Chop, chop,
Gosh,
chop.
it's showtime.
Quickly.
Exactly.
Where's the dragon? Oh, there's the dragon melding
It's,
into the floor.
It's like when you.
I might give Torin just like a highlighted border or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a Dragonborn. He should have highlighted border.
You know the best thing about my token here? I had this token in round, and I was like, damn it, we use square tokens, right? So I went through the effort to somehow get this round token square, and now it's round again.
because Foundry works better with round tokens on this model setup.
Yeah, it
so-
does.
Oh.
It's,
But yeah, if I move here, I'm basically invisible.
yeah, pretty much.
You're an art piece.
You are a work of art.
I tell you, we can mount him on top of the statue.
Yes.
Perfect.
He pose. The statue.
Nah, this is my corner.
As we gather up, Amanas will look and see that everyone is here, and then he will indicate that he wishes to speak, and he will say, "We have someone new that will join our group. I have been speaking for the past hour with Sir Torin." He indicates towards him in the corner. He is a skilled warrior of many years of experience in the army fighting orcs. He has an interest to improve himself and increase his future prospects. And I have promised him a glorious future with us. He smiles slightly sarcastically and sardonically with everyone else. So, please, everyone, welcome him to our group and offer him every courtesy.
Just a quick nod to confirm that what was said is in fact correct. Doesn't add anything else.
It's
He does.
an eclectic group surrounding you.
Well, yeah, he does like scan each of the participants here. You know, going clockwise, giving each one a good look. Like a look that slightly lingers on things like Vicus's horn here,
Mhm.
and Theo in general, who is very obvious he can't really make sense of, but you know, doesn't
Just for,
appear to be intentionally rude. It's
Do you,
just
do you know about the seals like fingers, or do you want me to describe them? Because they are.
fingers.
I know
don't
nothing.
know. Tell me
I
about
mean,
your
if you like,
fingers.
I mean, if you'd like to, this is the great opportunity for also anyone who wants to. You can describe your character, including your glorious outfit.
They're creepily
Nice.
multi-jointed in all the wrong places. And you're like, "Ugh."
No.
It's not multi-jointed like backwards. They're sideways somehow.
Yeah, really weird.
No, they have this blue and purple dim, like they are exposed to necrotic or extreme cold energies. Like they are very obvious to see.
Like, just like frostbites
Yeah,
struck
kind
the
of like
tips and working its way down.
that. It's like full fingers, completely.
All right, that's notable.
Yeah, it's
Features
very
like that
notable.
is certainly something that Torin is going to linger on, because it is very difficult to somehow roleplay that he has expertise and insight,
Yeah.
It is.
but he does.
But for Vicus himself, he is, full disclosure, wearing a hat to attempt to hide his features, but given your passive perception, it is quite easily to see the unfortunate gleam of a horn on Vicus. And in fact, as you would look closer, there are, how would I say, pinpricks of similar formations lower down his face. And in fact, his face itself looks like it has been through many battles. It's quite scarred. Perhaps the Lady Serena has done some touch up on his face, but
You had a makeup session, but you can only do so much.
yeah, you can only do so much. It's very clear that Vicus has been through the rigors of life, and more so than most folks. As far as stature is concerned, Vicus is quite small. Actually, I don't know how tall CL is, but when
CL is barely 5 feet. It's
right.
154 centimeters.
all right,
He is
Vicus
small.
Vicus is slightly taller than CL, but everyone else basically swamps the both of them. Torn would recognize that Vicus himself does not really seem strong. In fact, he seems, well, in Torn's view, he could probably snap him like a twig if he wanted to with his bare hands. But there's some other worldly sense that, despite the fact that you could do so, he could probably slip out of your fingers in a moment's blink.
Yeah, he has seen him fight against the giant, so he has some
Indeed.
idea of what's going on there.
And as far as his clothing, I mean, he is dressed to the nines. He looks a bit uncomfortable in it. It's not something that he's worn before, and yet he's adorned in like this purple overcoat, big black boots, and golden embroidery. He very much looks out of place. However, to the regular commoner or noble here, he passes off just fine.
Yeah, Torin's attention will linger just a moment too long to be considered polite, but he wants to get a good look on each of you, including your attachés here.
Yes, I will go over them in a bit once the rest of the PCs have described themselves.
Yeah.
Do you want a bit of describe over me, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I guess that's okay. So, Seal is a small, girl, a humanoid, a female humanoid, bare like 5 feet tall, and her figure is very frail, yet acrobatic. Her bleached blonde hair is braided towards the back, and at the bridge of her nose is a set of ground glasses. Currently, she's wearing this very open black coat with a purple like embroidery behind, and seemingly purposely, a pair of like pants and short heels. Her fingers obviously the most exposed things. This lingering, necrotic energy or like extreme cold that has been like turned them to completely purplish something that she most likely inherited. You don't see like any obvious weapons on her, but you spot like a magical lyre. There's like silver and draconic pigmentation. I actually have pretty good inspiration of this. A white ivory lyre glisters and exposed to moonlight. Its construction and feature has slightly scaled, almost draconic appearance to ivory. And it's generally shaped to like a two-clawed creature.
Very fancy.
All right. I think Torrent's attention would linger for a moment at the heels because that's just impractical, right? Like his soldier instinct is like, why would you do that? That is a tripping hazard in the worst situation. But you know,
For you, I guess Seal will answer as your linker. They are for the looks and to make my short to be cuter.
I suppose they increase your height as well, although not significantly. Perhaps you could try stilts.
I don't want to increase my height, and if I want to go high up, I can just walk high up. As you see Seal just walk the wall to ceiling and looking you like down, and then like doing a backflip down.
Oh my gosh.
Torrent looks to Amanas with like a look of, I know you told me they are of varying perspectives, but what is this?
Amanas looks over to Torin deadpans. She does that a lot.
I understand. You know, perhaps Soren is also a bit oblivious to the fact that he too stands out like a sore thumb. Probably more so than Seal, my dear.
I mean, Seal with her height reaches like to his knee or something. Like he's towering.
I mean, I will say out of the entire guest list, I think there's only a total of 3 Dragonborns. That's including yourself.
Yeah. How not to derail this, but how common are Dragonborns actually in the
this
kingdom here?
In this kingdom, they're not super common. You find, in large settlements, you might find a small pocket of them. But they're not the most common thing to find. You'd certainly get an odd look seeing one on the street. Like, that's kind of odd. Oh. Though you are aware they're far more common over the border. In what was long ago your rival kingdom.
Yeah.
Maribane, far over the border, having much more draconic ancestry to it. That is typically where you'll find most of the Dragonborns on the continent, kind of more found. But you do find small pockets of them, small little communities every so often in larger settlements. If you're anywhere kind of more remote, chances are you won't find one for miles. They're not that common. Most of them are travelers or refugees, if they are around here. Though they don't have any kind of like vagabond mystique to them, to more just say like, what the hell are you? What is that?
Right.
And unless you're the more military-minded people might look at them and briefly get reminded of long ago all the wars against your rival kingdom. Though there hasn't been one in a long time.
So we turn to Lady Ceres.
Yeah, so Ceres is the epitome, or at very least in this context, as she has very much made herself look like the epitome of nobility. She is a noble woman and obviously an Eladrin, if Torin even knows what an Eladrin is. With
probably not.
Yeah. But
very fancy looking elf.
Very fancy looking elf. Basically looks like most elves, but she's in her summer notes for the gown, for the ball. So she's got like her sort of like a rich sunset sort of hue to her skin and hair, sort of reddish. And she stands very tall in her heels, almost coming up to Torin's towering height, although she's most certainly not even close to his build. She is slender and notably not a fighter. But definitely obvious she is a sorcerer with a magic headband and ring, and she carries herself like that. Although the gown keeps Captain Estinian kind of at arm's reach, and her apprentice is in a lovely gown as well beside her, is also kind of at arm's reach. She gives Torin a welcoming smile and like dip of the head in acknowledgement. She's in a good mood after the dance.
For the various members of the attaches, as you put it, I'll start with the more temporary attaché, which is Captain Estinian, currently temporary. Captain Estinian, you may have briefly actually even seen before, Torin having been here for a few days now, at least. Actually more than a few days. Probably about a week or two in total you've been in the city. Captain Estinian occasionally visiting the court. He is a tall Eladrin who, admittedly, given Ceres' current height, actually is basically right on par with Ceres' height. Tall with this kind of very somewhat silvery white hair. Or he is dressed in what's clearly a naval military but ceremonial uniform right now, adorned with a couple of medals at his side. When you've previously seen him, however, he's been in full kind of combat-ready, though light combat gear, given more naval background. And you often see him wielding this very ornate-looking hand crossbow that seems to glimmer with a magical light to it. Though, of course, right now he sadly cannot have his signature weapon.
Okay.
Behind Ceres is a young noble lady, you would assume 16 or 17. Beautifully dressed with this long, currently well styled with a flower in it, but kind of, slightly reddish brunette hair. She very much looks like what you'd almost expect, like the perfect image of some like noble woman's daughter to be possibly looking like to some degree. Young, pretty, quite frail looking. Though you do note she seems to be keeping a book quite close to her chest at all times. Though it does match her outfit currently, which is a kind of beautiful, though much more subtle dress. At least subtle when you're comparing it to Ceres.
I think after the introduction is made, I think Ceres will probably look at what book Charlotte's doing as her mentoring sort of desire kicks in for a moment.
You take a brief look back at that. No, double check what languages you know. I'm curious.
A few.
I know it's a few.
I think all the ones that she knows.
You know, matching a book to your outfit or vice versa is a power move I can respect.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You actually don't recognize it. You do recognize the glyphs, however.
Oh, is she
The
reading?
glyphs appear to be in Draconic.
Ah.
But you obviously don't speak Draconic, so you know.
Nah, there's like
Moving the camera behind Amanus is another teenaged individual. You're not sure, similar-ish age to Charlotte, you'd guess. Certainly taller than Vicus or Ciel. Very much dressed as you very much might expect, like a knight squire would, in almost every regard. The kind of conventional. The only thing really missing is a weapon at his side, but obviously that's not allowed at the moment. It is fairly modest, though. The young man does appear though to very much carry himself decently well, seemingly very much knowing how to act, how to look, definitely having those kind of things drilled into him quite clearly. though he seems also quite disciplined as it is, not very much keeping himself very reserved and very much in Amonis's kind of background unless called upon. But there and ready. He definitely seems to give a look of respect, however, to Torin, especially looking his armor over and such like that. The squire clearly does respect and does clearly have an understanding for clearly what military skill he can see from you, even at his novice level. Though he is clearly still a novice. The last member of the attaché, harder to notice, standing somewhat enshadowed a little bit behind Vicus, is a much younger individual, dressed as a page boy might. Simple servant page. Standing behind Vicus, though you almost get this odd gleam as you look at him, as he looks very ordinary externally, though maybe somewhat shy. You notice this odd glimmer in the back of his eyes, as almost like light reflects back at you in a way you didn't quite expect. Moreover, you also notice the expression every so often, almost like he's thinking and almost like someone having a conversation, but he's not saying anything. But just brief twitches in his expression that they're subtle, but you're better than he is. Your insight's far better than his deception is.
As perhaps Torin's gaze sweeps over, Vicus will put his hand on Theo's shoulder and say, "Well, Sir Torin, as our Lord has welcomed you, so do we all."
Torin will nod and then say, "I'm glad to have made your brief acquaintance. Although, of course, introducing oneself is hardly a very distant step in actually getting to know one another."
Indeed, that is what the rest of this night, and also what follows, is for.
If I recall, it was you up in Redrun's Roost, was it not, clearing out those despicable bandits?
I did. I had nothing else to do, and there was talk of a reward. As it turns out, during my travels, I neglected to collect enough funds to travel freely. Therefore, I had to do the odd job here and there.
Still, hardy group. The butcher up there having taken up quite a few rookie adventurers before.
Torin doesn't respond. Like that was a dig at him, and he acknowledges it and discards it immediately.
I think Ceres will playfully slap Astinian's arm and say, "Play nice."
It's clear though from his expression, if nothing else, that he does have that he's still he acknowledges what Torin did. Still still respects that he did well.
Listen, Astinian, we can't all have plus 14 to hit, all right?
Astinian's attack bonus is ridiculous because archery specialization and tons of decks.
Yeah.
And 14 attacks.
Yeah, like
Fucking machine
Give or
guns.
take one or two.
Machine gun with a hand crossbow.
cool you fucking jets.
The
fine.
first firearm, machine crossfire.
No, he couldn't use a firearm; it'd be too slow for him.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Now then, with introductions done, are we any closer to finding anything useful about our indulgent hostess?
A rumor?
Do you say? Wait, where's the harpy?
I don't know where the harpy is.
What is she doing?
He's out harping.
I last saw her flirting with an angel.
I guess who is she doing?
Wow.
What?
I wish her all
Damn.
the pleasures in the rooms of lust.
She hasn't moved from that place.
There's a reason my charisma is 10. You just say it.
So what was the rumor?
Though I am not sure its truthfulness, seeming that there's a new trade route opening between some faraway place that's should not be gonna trading some dragon scale with the Duchess.
Ceres
Yes.
looks back to Destinian with a quirked eyebrow.
Explain yourself.
Stickling pauses for a brief moment, considering.
Oh, come on now.
Blink once for yes, blink twice for no.
I do know she has sent one of the other captains to Charlemagne. It's a far off nation, mercantile oligarchy, I think. Quite the exotic locale. I know their sigil's a dragon. I don't know much about what's going on over there, though.
Shrugs.
Yeah, shrugs.
It's like, the dragon scales, you could probably use them for like 500 different things, but knowing her, she might just want to eat them like snacks or something.
I'm gonna say this.
No, he thinks that's glumly to himself.
Vigas hears it.
Yes.
I guess they will consider. I also read some rumors about Lady Zero and Captain Estinian to be among the rumor, but hopefully you don't dislike that, Lady Zero. She does a small bow. Or curtsy.
More rumors about us is always useful. It gives us leverage. And,
That's true. You are a lovely couple. I'm waiting for the next thing. The romance book.
Avlas looks over to Ceres. The next thing. Squints at Captain Estinian.
Sarah's like waves dismissively. More importantly, we focus upon this event, and in fact, just giving some form of reputation behind myself. In turn, provides your own grace.
Don't be like
his
that,
own.
Lady Cyril. You certainly like Captain Estinian. At least the Harpy tells me so. It has been talked with the mates.
Sarah
I'm gonna
smiles.
massage at the bridge of his nose slightly.
The gossip is real.
Sarah smiles and says, "I think my affections for Captain Estinian are obvious. I would not dance with such as anybody." But she looks back at Captain Estinian and says, "Someone with grace and poise and good charms is worthy of me."
Good looks help too, huh?
And that plus
Good luck's
14
always
to
help.
hit.
And that plus 14 to hit. And the fact that he has a title as well. There's no helps.
Yes, a dowry, I believe.
Look, I'm not saying that Ceres is a gold digger, but I never see her with anyone poor.
No.
That's all I'm
She
saying.
is an opportunist,
He's
not a
an
gold digger.
opportunist. There is a difference, damn it.
Yeah. Amanas will look to everyone and says, "Well, if there is nothing further, I guess we do another sweep of this." Ugh. He sort of grunts, looking around.
Yes, well, in fact, I had something,
Go ahead.
important in mind. And
Oh, thank God.
Vicus will look to Ceres. And there's a bit of a knowing look. As he says, I will go take a look around for those, how would one say?
Points of interest?
Clusters. Yes. Points of interest.
Sarah smiles and says, "Perfect. I think that is likely not to be a concern, but you and I both like to be prepared."
My thoughts exactly. Or our thoughts, I should say.
Oh, I did spot something unusual. Lady Charlotte brings up. Well, this entire place, it's heavy with power. I mean, that's much as obvious. She kind of just looks in the other room where you see an entire band of supernatural creatures. But I felt something odd when I was in the library. I felt heavier than near there.
Perhaps where one is?
or nearby.
Well, if Lady Charlotte doesn't mind, I could perhaps borrow her expertise while I lend her my eye.
A wonderful idea.
I don't think I could get away with trying to do a ritual though in here.
Ooh.
Of course not. I just need your sense. However muddled it may be by, well, the sheer quantity of what's in the air. It will help.
You hear a bell ring throughout the entire building.
Mhm.
Good evening, one and all. In the name of her lady, Odessia Margrave Fulford, the Duchess's court is now open for all who wish to grace the Silver Queen with their presence. Furthermore, out in the fields of Wrath, there soon shall be a unique event, the Ghost Hunt, for tonight. Please, though, do enjoy yourselves. Let your desires run wild. As the voice fades off.
Well, first thing Yamanas is going to do is go and get a little bit healed up because it's still a little bit damaged.
As always, the infirmary is freely available for you to heal up.
Yeah.
I will heal myself up.
Arkland will also come to join you in the infirmary and also has something to give you.
All right.
As when you rushed off before to go speak with the Dragonborn.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out there was a prize for beating the giant.
Oh. Yes.
It was split with Vickers. You can take 25 platinum coins.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Ka-ching.
Given Arkland was your squire, he took it on your behalf for you.
I'm a bit torn as to what to do.
I mean, you are free to head straight to the Duchess, or you could join in another event, or you could do investigating.
I will be right back.
Options on the table. At any point, you are done with the side adventures. You are always free, of course. Yes, just to press on.
It was in our interest, as Vickers will probably inform Toran, that we would decide to wait until the more, how would we say, desperate of petitioners would trickle off before we arrive to the court.
Another hour should do.
You don't want to get stuck behind all the people asking for money favors.
Yeah.
Yes, and perhaps it would be a refreshing conversation for her.
One would think that the more desperate petitioners have the same idea.
Thankfully, they're desperate enough, they just want to be seen.
You're not wrong, Toran, but there are the desperate who are smart, like you say, but there are those who are not. Best be with the smart ones.
For all interest, Duchess's court is up here,
So it's okay.
opposite under the
Oh.
garden from where you are.
Makes sense. But yeah, expressly, I would probably go with Lady Charlotte to go look in the library and see what's going on in there.
I think Toran will stick with Eminus for now. Don't expect any initiative from either him or me at this point quite yet.
Okay. Move you both out then to the Fields of Wrath since you went to the infirmary.
Mm-hmm.
There's that ghost thing starting.
There
At
will be
some point.
there will be a ghost event triggering out there.
Oopie.
The combat event.
Yeah. Ceres isn't feeling combat.
You're probably pretty good at war games. You're like smart.
Yeah, I was thinking Games of Pride or Tables of Greed, honestly. Not sure.
Flirt for cards.
Oh,
It's the thing. I don't.
the dear established captain is probably good at being your
I think he's.
servant in battle.
I think he's good in both, to be honest.
He'll
Yeah.
be pretty decent in either area. He'd be better at the war games though than he would directly the cards.
Probably, yeah. All right, let's go have some war games. Let's make
The cards are hard to cheat, but the games that be won through many ways.
Let's make the wannabe generals real uncomfortable.
The power couple arrives. Beware.
Heads turn as we walk through. Stydian, please. Oh, okay. Good boy.
It is already pushing that person across the table.
Yeah, he's like, come on, you cannot sit on the same side. Pwah.
I don't think Zeus has met the Nagas so far.
Amanas has, but that's it, I think. Although there was one playing the harp in the
There
Ballad of
was.
Envy.
But now you get to see up close, like, huh. It's a Naga Game Masters. Interesting choice. So Vickers, meanwhile, is heading with Lady Charlotte down to the
Library.
Oh, I was moving Charlotte for you.
past the drug den.
Pass the drug, people.
Though the drug den is not intentional. That was,
Oh. Is it all the way over here?
Yep.
Sweet.
It's only a small study room.
Oh wait, no, it's the next one, isn't it? Oh, it's
And they both lead to the same room. So
same room.
Oh.
Oh
Oop.
yeah, look at that.
Oh.
it's not an exceptionally busy room, but okay. And then that leaves lastly the vampire again to decide what to do.
I don't know.
Very
I
well.
guess would I go for vices or not?
I mean, you can always just sit down and enjoy drugs in the drug room next to you.
No, that's not ceilings.
I don't know. I mean, with all the flirting you've been doing, maybe the Lost Chambers.
What?
Well, you know, Chambers of Lust.
I mean, I was thinking for Chambers of Lust.
Yeah.
I think, yes, I will go to Chambers of Lust and ask if there are any ladies that want to be beaten. Let's go with that.
Well, someone's going to have it as a kink.
Sure.
It's inevitable.
Somewhere, maybe in the basement.
The basement.
It might be in the dungeon section, possibly.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, we do know about the secret murder basement.
Wait,
Not
really?
I
murder
don't think it's
basement.
murder. Don't kink
I mean-
shame.
That is
Remind me. Oh, right. Yeah, that basement.
the dungeon in different sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dungeon.
For the most austere clients.
Indeed, such as people that I can blackmail later on.
As it goes. Right. In that case, I will start then with the war games. As Ceres and Captain Astinian sit themselves down at one of the tables with the Naga Game Master, shifting some of the other nobles around. Ah, interesting company. Welcome. We will soon begin a new round. Do you have a preference for which kind of war we will enact? Something old, something new?
I think something reasonably old. Something that perhaps Ceres and Justinian will recall from their relative youth. Like a couple 100 years ago, maybe.
I know exactly what we will reenact. She begins to lay out maps of the Second Scold Rebellion.
Mm.
Well, that's something topical given where you start the campaign.
Yeah.
As you do recognise some of these battle maps as being actual ones that you remember doing more recent battle with.
Yeah.
Tactical expertise.
The nobles kind of peer at them a little bit, maybe not so used to dealing with tactical warfare in the cold north.
But Ceres has had first-hand experience fighting in the cold north.
But the various pieces begin to be laid out as the Gonaga looks to you. Would you like to play the Scold or the Celestial Kingdom?
Ceres smiles and says, I think we'll play the Scold.
Ooh, interesting choice.
Traitor!
As various shield bearers, shamans, and small skirmishing foresters are moved to your side of the table.
You know, Ceres remembers the tales of these battles in the north, and
We also have one extra set of units, which all works fine though. You, Lord Gwen. Since we have one additional party than we need, you will also get to play on the skirmish. That was when the orcs overcame the Ferelden border and flanked Freyfrost. Lord Gwen seems rather amused by the idea of playing the orc invasion. Essentially being a freeway fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I would move the chair around, but I can't.
Yeah.
It's baked onto the map. Because otherwise this map would lag so hard if I had all these as actual objects.
God, yeah.
The scene laid out, though, the map's drawn. You and your Scold forces currently lie having several small strongholds, your various tribal villages, including a rather powerful cathedral to your god of ocean and death. Well, not cathedral, not quite the right word. Sacred temple. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Something which you very well know fell traditionally and led to the loss of the Scold. And looking at your opponents, it looks like they are very clearly aware that that's your Achilles heel for your units as well.
That's fine.
As they're seemingly looking over the tactical situation. Meanwhile, they seem to be crossing up from the south, looking like they'll be heading over the river, and then making their way in quickly. Them having having a couple of cavalry units, but also mostly heavy infantry, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
As well as what you can also notice as being a couple of celestial battle priests. And a group of paladins. What is yours and Captain Estinian's initial start here? Are you going to try and kind of are you going to try and like stop them before they even cross the river, or are you going to go a bit more defensive, let them come to you?
I think we'll take the fight to them, but something that the Scold have is their spirit worship, and Ceres knows that they're a bit cautious in using them in real life. She is not so in tactics. So while her regular fighters, although she keeps quite a bit in reserve, would go out to skirmish, I think she would make sure that the Scold priests are doing their work in the temple, calling upon their god, as having the enemy cross a river seems to be a very poignant spot for their god or their god's powers to manifest.
You can attempt a religion roll at advantage.
Okay, religion roll. Da, 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 da. You know what? I'll spend my super special magical guidance as being a sorcerer can do. Spend a sorcery point to reroll a d20 and take the result. 15, slightly better.
Well, indeed, this is something which, in theory, would have helped a lot in this fight, as the Skald priests come together within their sacred grounds, and certainly start turning the water to the enemy's disadvantage. As when the enemy reach it to start crossing, or in the heavy plate mail, they are met with a new unit that suddenly appears onto the board, as the Naga Game Master just smiles a little bit and slides onto the board. A unit of water elementals, who, it turns out, heavy infantry plus water elementals in a river.
Devastating combo.
That is a decent opening, to be sure. The enemy seem to have expected something when they hit the river, but not quite that. You have the upper hand to start us off. I'll move the camera for a second. Down in the library, Vickers heads down there. There are a few individuals who are quietly reading. Books heading on their way. As what appears to be, well, of course, you know it's just another staff member, but in the guise of a gold dragon, is seemingly there being the librarian, carefully just resorting books and helping anyone with any inquiries for things they might want to read. It's a very quiet, muted atmosphere compared to the outside. You also have the room slightly soundproofed. You can't quite hear the loud chatter you could outside.
Huh. If Vickers were to speak quietly in here, would it be easily heard still because of how quiet it is?
It could be.
Indeed.
Most people are being quite quiet as they're just kind of studying. Only the lightest of chatter going on.
Indeed. Well, let's see. Let me just double check something. Does this require... okay. Indeed. Vickers is going to relay to everyone that he is going to drop his communication until they meet at the next hour. And he will gesture for Theo and Charlotte to come together, as he will re-establish it with the two of them. I think for Lady Charlotte, this is the first time. However, Vickers does not really have the luxury of explaining it to her in this hushed place. But I will explain what it's like for her, I guess, benefit, and also Sheep's, because this is the first time that he's seen this. Vickers basically pushes himself, his mind, his awareness, towards the two of them. And Lady Charlotte in particular will feel almost this cool pressure in her mind, something that is probably foreign to her, a pressure that she's never felt before. But it's not, how would we say? It is not aggressive. It is more of a assurance that whatever is happening to her will link with her, and it does. As it does, however, it's almost as if Lady Charlotte has dropped into a pool of the first winter water. It's cool, it's refreshing, almost as if her mind clears for a moment, and then she will hear Vickers in her mind softly explaining what he has done, so that they can speak in relative quiet without being overheard.
Charlotte's mind offers little resistance, though you don't think that was conscious. You think perhaps Charlotte's just mental defense is not the best against you in general.
Yes.
She's never had to deal with a mental assault on her before like this. Thankfully, your one is benign.
Indeed, and it can be one that can be revoked if she so wishes. But of course, in this case, she probably knows better. So, to Lady Charlotte, he would ask her to perhaps we could first of all sit down so we don't look weird, standing up in the middle of the library, and ask her to focus on whereabouts in this place she felt this so-called confluence. A rough location.
She kind of sits down, taking the blue book she had before her and just kind of putting it before her, gently licking a finger and turning the page on it. Just looking like she's going to sit down and read for a while now. She's comfortable.
What is she reading?
Do you know Draconic?
I do.
Ah. A well-educated individual.
Indeed.
The book appears to be, from what you can tell, a treaty on Draconic burial grounds.
Ah. Interesting. Something to take up with her later, perhaps.
Interesting nonetheless.
Yeah.
As she just kind of continues to read the book, but does mentally communicate with you the entire time. But puts up a decent kind of wall of feigning that she's doing anything else.
Indeed.
It is easy, admittedly quite easy when you're using telepathy, but still.
Yes.
She's not bad at deception either. She's not an expert, but she can hold. She's at least as good as Vix does.
Yeah, I mean, Vicus himself will curiously, try and have a measured look at what's on the shelf, but not necessarily caring too much. He'll just grab the first thing he sees and reads it, and he'll pass over one to Theo as well, for him.
Theo probably pulled a chair over for himself as well.
Indeed.
I don't know if you can feel it, but it is in the air. There's an unusual presence of mana around.
Would you say in this room in particular?
It's hard for me to judge. Because blanketing the mana so much. I could easily tell if I had the chance to test something, but you see her eye briefly dart to the fact that the gold dragon steward is just behind. I don't know if they'd appreciate me actively checking.
Well, first let me see if I can help pinpoint it for you. Vicus himself will attempt to... He is not arcanely trained or sensitive. However, he does have a perceptive eye, and he does have some experience with the psionic arts, which is not the same, but in terms of sensing energies, it is somewhat a similar practice. And so he's going to try and probably do the same that Charlotte is doing, but in a different, I suppose, wavelength. See what he can find.
Let's see what your horn antenna is picking up.
Yeah. It's an 8.
You actually have advantage on this in total. So
Okay. 25.
as you kind of got all three of you trying to sense kind of the power in the air.
Yes.
You realise, no, it's not in this room, but it is very close. Actually, you pinpoint exactly where it is.
Oh.
You're getting the sense it's from the room just across the hallway from here.
Across the hallway from here. Like, this way? Or do you mean... okay. Well, Vicus will excuse himself, but ask him to stay there for a moment, and he will go and check it out.
Theo just casually playing the part in there as he'll start asking Charlotte, wait, what does this say? Trying to pretend like he can't read it properly. Vickers heads up to the door.
Yes.
I presume trying the lock.
Just curiously trying as if he was like, oh, I suppose I can go here, right?
The door
What?
appears to be locked.
He will look to his left and ask, oh, I didn't know this was locked. Where does this lead?
It is merely a storage closet.
Fair enough. My mistake.
He doesn't seem to pay you any mind. He doesn't seem to even overtly react to you trying the lock until you talk to him.
Well, this seems to be a job for not Vicus, because he is a personage of some talk now. Vicus will relay that, well, we know it's in there somewhere. It's about as good as seeing it with our eyes. The question is how we get in there. He'll kind of look across at Theo for a moment and look back to his book and say, perhaps when all of us go to court, Theo, and most of the patrons are distracted, see if you can't, well, slip in. However, if, you get caught out, it's fine not to push your luck.
If I could get a bit of a distraction, I might be able to do something. It's a little harder with the wolf guards right there.
Quite true. Lady Charlotte, I wonder if you and I can't have a bit of an accident outside.
An accident? Let's see what we can arrange. She seems rather amused.
Please. Well, come on here. Let's see what's around. This statue. Oh.
And suddenly, Lady Charlotte falls to the ground as if she's hurt her ankle.
Oh shit. My lady, as he like strides across.
The guests behind kind of peering over, the wolves briefly peering over. Dang heels.
I told you not to wear those damn things. Vicus will look
But they go
across.
so well with my dress.
Oh, look what you've done. He'll look across at one of the two wolves and say, I don't suppose you can get her to the infirmary, do you?
They kind of look back and forth to each other.
Lady Ceres will kill me if she, found out what happened here.
There's a brief spark in one of them as you say, Lady Ceres, as they briefly look at you. As you see, I see one of the werewolves look to the other one as a brief moment of panic.
And, in fact, if it was found that Lady Charlotte was carried so unceremoniously by one of you, then it might take the both of you.
Would you like to... It sounds like you're trying to scare them quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's intimidation here.
I think so as well.
All right, let's try.
Given some of the previous antics that have occurred,
What reputation have I created?
you have advantage on this.
Ah, brilliant. That's good.
Ooh.
A 17. I can certainly push it if I fail, but I don't think that fails to a degree.
I will let you know that it will succeed, but there will be suspicion. If you
Could
wish, you can.
yeah.
If you wish to push it to avoid suspicion, you can try.
Okay, let's see. What can I do? Oh, yes, I know exactly what to do here. There is, I suppose, they share a look of perhaps disbelief. And then for a brief moment, perhaps one of the guards looks at Vickers, and there's a strange, slight glow behind his eyes. Not sure where it's from, but it's almost distracting to the point of whatever thought he just had. It's been blown away by that look, and so I'm gonna roll a psionic die. I'm gonna use my Cybolster knack here. That's a 1. Okay, so 18. I don't know if that makes a difference.
That is actually enough to push it over the next threshold.
Okay, that's great. Oof.
I'd say they're slightly less suspicious. You didn't clear all of it, but they are slightly less suspicious.
That's fine.
Not through the wall, you werewolf.
It's a shadow werewolf. It's all part of the game. Get him.
As they will begin to carefully try to help Lady Charlotte up, and then carefully try to help move her to the infirmary.
Yes. Vickers will come with them for half of the way to draw the attention of the patrons, as he will tell Theo it is now his chance to go. All eyes are on them.
Your act worked well. It's a good thing Lady Charlotte's very charismatic herself.
Indeed.
She's,
Even I didn't expect it.
she's fully able to pull up a damsel in distress act.
Wow.
Maybe putting on the cheese a little bit too much, but it's fine. It's working.
Ah, come on, it's Ceres's apprentice.
There is, I'm putting Sarah some ham going on with her acting. But once you're a decent way there, Vix will suddenly get a message saying, I'm in. Just telepathically to his mind.
What does he see?
There's a really big crystal in here.
Oh. That is perhaps what Ceres is talking about.
It's odd.
In what way?
It's like this field around it. It's like floating. It's all chained down. It's weird.
I would advise you not to get too close. It probably has some sort of alarm. I'd imagine so, perhaps even on the door you just went through. But now that we have confirmed it's there, I think you are safe to slink out. Remind me, Ceres, or perhaps Dark, did Ceres find a way to, like, get them under her control without being there physically, or would she just have to be there?
Probably have to be there.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've confirmed it, so we can skedaddle. And Vicus will, at whatever point he crosses near to the wargame area, this can be retroactively, he'll tell the guards that he'll have to head off Lady Ceres while Lady Charlotte gets treated, and he'll join Lady Ceres whenever she's probably done at that point.
Because he does have an opportunity to go look at it himself if he wants to, though.
Should I, though?
It's up to you.
I don't know what else I would be able to do. That's the thing.
Not the most magically adept one.
No, that's the problem. No, I think that would be best left with Lady Ceres. At least she knows where it is.
Very well.
And she can be invisible or something. Really, I don't know.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. Not yet.
Outside in the fields of Wrath, an announcement is made out by the angelic servitor. We will be soon beginning the Ghost Games. For all those wishing to attend, I would recommend coming to claim your weapons if you have not already. Those not wishing to attend may wish to enter the ballroom.
Well, since we're hanging out here on the Fields of Wrath, what is the Ghost Games exactly?
A number of wisps shall be spawned throughout the battlefield. They are powerful and they are dangerous. Each one taken down, however, will earn towards a prize.
All right. What type of wisp? Like a will-o-wisp or like just ghost? Like what do we?
The wisps themselves are based on will-o-wisps, so they're not quite the same.
I see. I see. I see.
A magical product put together.
All right. Sure. I could. I
They
suppose.
do not. They are fairly fragile, but they will hurt.
I mean, yeah. I'm less of a look over to Torin.
Yeah, Toran's basically looking if Aminus wants to do this sort of thing. He doesn't seem super interested in participating in any of these games, but this is the one he would be least disinterested in.
Sure. It seems fair. Yeah, sure. Let's grab a weapon. Let's smack some ghosts. Why not? I'm good at smacking things.
Speaking of weapons, TDS, I was missing another thing in my inventory that I just added some time ago.
Oh.
My +1 weapon.
Yes.
A plasma rifle.
Yeah, I added my entire plasma rifle.
Oh yes.
Standard issue in the other kingdom, of course.
Yeah.
You know, DDS told me to pick an uncommon item, and I went for the adamantine rifle +1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Remind me, what was the actual class? What was the actual weapon base called?
It's a Warhammer +1.
Warhammer. You went for.
Nice.
There you go. I dragged that out of the item SRD.
Not a common item, but it's a good weapon. Warhammers are solid.
Yeah, that's the point. If they were hollow, they wouldn't work as well.
You know.
This fight has no boundaries to it. In this entire area will be the battlefield. Those wishing to participate, please all stand in the circle before we begin.
Yeah.
In the circle. Alright.
You see a number of people preparing themselves. So no one's clearly, they're not too sure what to expect. Except for that very tribal-looking individual with the spear, who just looks completely unfazed, almost bored by the party so far. He wants a challenge.
As it becomes clear that we're gonna wisps are gonna spawn in, or we're gonna enter combat. A little bit before that, I'll cast a spell on myself, if I may.
You certainly can as you watch the circle prepare for the event.
I'll cast protection from evil and good on myself. Gonna fight wisps. I think they're undead, maybe. So we'll see. This might help.
Wow.
As,
Maybe they're illusory.
as you are informed, of course, your goal is just to defeat as many as possible.
Fireball.
Blow up half the.
Did they leave the area like while this is going on, so they don't get friendly fire, or?
Duck and cover.
Well, you all notice everyone has basically moved back to where the bar is, or just away entirely.
Great. Doors are barred. Let's go.
As the angelic servitor, staying behind the bar for his own safety, begins to chant. As you see the first couple of wisps begin to appear just gently in the air. They're not like anything too special though to begin with. Just tiny floating lights.
They sure are tiny.
Very tiny. Wob wob wob.
How many of them, however, as you can see.
A swarm of will-o-wisps.
You may roll for your initiatives.
Alright, first time ever. Amazing.
I mean, given you're a modifier, that's actually not bad.
Yeah. My great -1.
I mean, you did say your
Mine-
character. You did say your character's a bit slow to like enforce at times. A bit too contemplative.
He's contemplative, he's also very large. And not very agile, as it turns out.
It's like the direct opposite of Vicus.
Great.
The anti-Vicus.
Anti-Vicus, yeah.
And suddenly these mochas quickly fly in towards the glowing circle
Ooh.
and strike at the tribal warrior besides you.
I hope he gets credit.
Whoa. Plus 13, though.
Oh no!
That is.
Yeah.
Ow.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Get wrecked, tribal.
Oh, I just realized his hit points aren't set up correctly. Let me just change that. That's still going to hurt though.
If only he had clapped, that wouldn't have happened.
I've incurred the dice gods, and I'm cursed forever.
Some people, the gods strike down immediately for their transgressions.
For him not clapping when I got credit, it's his fault.
Yeah.
By that same logic, that means there's going to be a crit to Torin as well.
Well, we'll see.
Don't worry, I'm just also going to wisp.
Oof.
Yikes.
Are they considered fiends or undead or anything like that?
They are officially considered undead for effective purposes.
Then it has disadvantage.
Oh.
Damn.
I mean, they have a pretty high bonus, it seems, so.
Yeah.
They have a
Like-
very good attack bonus.
It's like
Oh.
Captain Estinian's attack bonus.
Kind of is, yeah.
Captain Wispinian.
Thankfully, they
Estinian.
only hit once.
Torin acting before. Yeah, it's not like I'm just going to shoot 3 times back to back.
I keep my spell.
Torin, you get to act before one of the Chaos Wisps.
Wonderful. Thorin will move up and smash it. With his Warhammer. I guess I just click this button and see what happens.
Yeah, it
That's
works.
a good hit. Probably can't trip a wisp, so we're just gonna take our second attack here.
Trip the wisp.
19.
They're both just barely hits. And together, they are enough to splat the first wisp.
Great.
Wonderful.
Excellent showing.
You know what? There's not gonna be anything worse popping up, surely. So why not use that action search? As he will move here, action search, and do another attack against this wisp.
Okay. Hit.
24 for minimal damage, amazing. And the second attack, he will in fact replace with a cold breath,
Ooh.
which is as right as the Dragonborn, as it turns out.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
I'm pointing the wrong way. Help.
That's okay.
It's
It's
right.
the template pops up when you click the spell,
I mean,
so
What? There we go.
Oh.
Slow return.
that's cool.
I think that's the first time we've seen a cone.
Yeah.
It is of course a dexterity save against a wisp, but I wanted to do it.
Still damage still.
Yeah, it's guaranteed damage.
Yeah.
It takes off.
No, it takes a quarter because there's resistance.
Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Undead, so. Yeah.
I mean, on the bright side, it looked cool.
They're cool customers.
I'm just duly impressed.
Looking cool is half the battle.
I mean,
It's true.
breathing cold breath is pretty badass, gotta say.
It is.
Yeah.
It is certainly very handy.
Also, as just is currently in the lead.
But
It
yeah,
is
that's
cool.
a
Me.
Sea bass.
I'll try. They're hard to
So
hit.
Seabass.
Kick ass, Seabass. Well, 17.
17 is a miss.
New text.
Oh,
That is a crit.
oh gosh, what just happened?
Smite it down.
Boss, new text has
Destroy
appeared.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I
I see. That's smart.
think it'll probably be destroyed as it
Yeah, I
is.
think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much damage is that? Yes. That will destroy the wisp.
It is yes amount of damage.
It's
Yes, so much
Yeah.
damage. Awesome.
Splat damage.
Smash. Mm.
Let him get hit by that thing, then you can come over.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair.
It's his job to kill it. If he doesn't kill it, it's a fair game.
Where are the other wisps spawning?
You haven't seen any other ones yet, though. There are more. There's like more forming in the air somewhere.
Treachery. All right.
I've
All right,
got-
I'll hang out.
At the end of each round, basically, more will spawn until the timer runs out.
How long's the timer?
That's a question. That's a good question.
Hmm.
The alternative is every participant is defeated, in which case it will also end. Well, Delano, I think you're going to try and stab at the Chaos Wisp. That seems fair for you. That hits.
Alright.
That does not hit. Whoops, I should have rolled the lesser damage there. No, it's fine. Correct that in a second. End of the round. More wisps appear.
Oh my.
They got some strong decks.
Yeah. When you're just a floating ball of light, you're pretty dexterous.
Yeah.
Wish I could do that.
Just become a floating ball of light.
Yeah, just for a bit. It'd be easy to do anything.
Oh, sure. You should also have multiple of you. There we go. There we go. They look far better now. Also, zap. Zap, zap. That's also a hit. That one will miss.
Poor man's getting mobbed.
Get him.
I assume their intelligence is like nearest thing attack, so
Sheep.
Yes,
Ouch.
that hits.
Oh.
Do we have to do anything?
If you click on your token,
Yeah.
and then you scroll over where it's got the damage there, you'll have buttons there where you can apply it. The first one should be apply damage normally.
Aha.
the other ones are like half, quarter, and
Right.
heal.
Yeah,
for example,
quarter.
as well.
Half.
Double.
Double.
Yeah, quarter, half, double, and then on the left hand side heal.
It's very useful.
You can scroll over it, it will give you a little pop-up. Just
Yeah.
like that.
Wonderful.
Similarly, you can, if you had advantage, you can roll over the attack, and you'll have a plus to click, which will roll your advantage.
Or minus for disadvantage.
Or minus, yeah.
It's quite good.
It's great.
Or a whole like circle one for reroll.
Ominous.
Yes. That
Oh,
is
actually, you're being flanked.
disadvantage.
The flank does matter.
Oh, disadvantage, yeah.
Disadvantage?
Disadvantage. I
Yeah.
still have my my magical shield running.
Of course.
Ha,
sweet.
ha, ha. Yes.
The wisp trips over itself.
Mhm.
Don't ask why or how.
Balls are tumbling.
Torin.
Oh, it's my turn. I can only apparently look at the chat or the initiative order, not both.
If you want to pop the initiative out, you can right-click at the top where you've got the like, little fist icon. They'll pop
Oh,
out.
Pop it
that
out.
is helpful.
You can do that for
Alright.
any of those tabs as well.
Yes.
And multiple at once if
Which
you
is
wish.
amazing.
Alright, Toron's gonna attack the wisp next to him. for a 17.
Will miss.
Well, if that is the case, he is gonna attack more precisely, I guess.
No.
Ooh.
Which means he can add his superiority die to the attack roll, which would make that a 23.
Which hits. Ow.
And second attack, 15.
Misses.
I mean, I could just do that again. Let's make that a 20. For 21
Nice.
damage total.
Damn.
Man.
Battle Masters. They're
Mhm.
good.
Yeah.
Precision attacks with a warhammer. That's the real skill right there.
That's the scariest thing
Also,
ever.
the
also
scary
he's attacking a tiny floating object with like 26 dex.
It's like striking a nail with a sledgehammer.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
very
what he's
impressive.
doing right now. Yeah.
One-handed sledgehammer.
One-handed sledgehammer.
Against a moving floating nail.
Moving
His,
floating.
his weapon actually would be visible to Emanas and also notable. It's like of a like almost runic, rustic, crude design made from bone and metal, which looks completely in contrast to Tauren in general.
Sure.
Perhaps Emanas would recognize it as more of an orcish design.
It was a spoils of
Spoil of
war.
war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Pay the iron price for it.
Yeah.
Maybe his dad's an orc. Who knows?
What?
Good for Amanus.
20 is just a hit.
Just a casual roll of a 30 on
Casual.
a 17.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Look, as always, will-o-wisps are just a pain.
Yeah,
They
they are.
indeed are.
Don't want to fuck with them really.
Nice. Good work.
Make the concentration check.
Thankfully, it's rather hard for you to fail that concentration check.
I'm pretty good at it.
This one will be against sheep.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Don't know what blue means.
Lightning.
No, you fumbled
so-
one of the damage die.
Yeah, one's max, one's minimum.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Or
fine.
multiple. Well, red means you have more failures than successes, and green means you have more successes than failures.
Yeah, or more
Blue is like
maxes.
equidistance. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good if you have a feat that rerolls. You can see at a glance if you have one of those.
Yeah.
Amanus. Target-rich environment.
Yeah. It's too bad I can't hit. I'll attack the one south of me.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You can click on the damage and you can see what dice it through.
You can see the dice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's
that's a great damage roll.
22 damage. All right, smash.
Nearly max. Crazy.
Then the next one to me. That's 15. That's probably a miss.
That will be a miss. Yes.
All right. Oof.
Any more pool, or did you use it all?
I have 5 left, but I'm saving that in case of poisonings.
Yeah, yeah.
That's another
Smart.
one each, right?
You can see the corpses there before we.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah. I think
good?
I am done there. Well, let me think.
Potion, perhaps?
I think a spiritual weapon.
Oh.
Help me. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of spiritual weapon. Let's see if I can smack this other
Very well.
one here.
Very well. Ghosty weapon.
Yep.
You could steal his chaos wisp up there.
That would be fun. That's a miss though. 16.
16 is a miss.
Do have it floating around though.
At some point, I'll make a token for that. At some point,
Oh yeah, nothing.
this one's going to zap at the back. Don't worry. That is going to just barely miss him.
Oof.
That will definitely not miss.
Thanks.
Guy's being sapped into the
Yeah,
ground.
he's having a bad time.
Yeah.
Gotta say. He
Oh,
hasn't killed any, has he?
I didn't actually take his turn there, so I could retroactively take his turn.
Oh yeah.
I skipped over it in all the excitement. As he's going to go ahead and attack at the Chaos Whisper to his north again.
Oh.
Attack again at the Chaos Whisper to his north again.
Oh.
Oh.
This is not going well for him.
I think he needs to just quit.
Who's clapping now?
He is going to go ahead and action surge himself.
Uh-huh.
Attack the Wisp to the north again.
There we go.
Hey.
That would have one-shot it. Why couldn't you do that before?
Third time's the charm. For one.
I think that's like
And I
5th
guess he'll attack
times
the one
the charm.
himself. And miss.
Yeah, I think that's fifth times the charm for that northern one.
I was being nice to him.
Ferris doesn't know what nice is.
It's true. It's true.
She knows what fear is.
Scary.
Ooh.
So in fairness, Celis only knows the concept of fear from a second-hand point of view. And he will then go ahead and action surge. It doesn't take any actions, so it's just free to do.
It just happens, yeah. It's free action.
He will then bonus action to heal himself.
Oh yes. Good old second one.
How much would your second wind be?
Second wind is a D10 plus fighter level.
Excellent. Well, it's not as much as you'd want, but he'll take it.
Better than nothing. Ah, that's decent for him.
Torin?
Well, I'll do the same thing, as it turns out. That worked. And then smack the wisp. 22 for 9.
Ow.
And do that again. 14.
Definitely a miss.
Yeah, no, we can we make that a hit?
Maybe if you max your superiority
Is it
dice.
an 8 that you can possibly get?
It is a D8, I believe.
Then I think it's like 6 or more, potentially.
Let's give it a try. Why don't we? Would an 18 hit?
Missed by 1.
Oh,
Damn it. Alright.
almost.
Got one more. Maybe I shouldn't burn them as quickly, but I've never rolled dice. I'm rolling all the dice now.
I mean, that's a nice thing about this little like mini combat encounter. You could just roll dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like we need our resources for the far more relevant combat that will come right after.
Sure.
No, surely not.
Speaking of which, this one's going to zap you.
Oh.
Miss.
No.
Aha! He missed. Gonna riposte.
Oh no.
Got to smack him.
That kills it.
Oh.
Tricked it. Lured it into a false sense of wisp superiority.
You didn't even
Which
get.
technically means Torin now is in the lead.
You didn't get to use your superiority dice to add damage.
Yeah, I didn't.
I mean, you can add it on if you want.
Oh, there you go.
Would have been 17 damage.
That would have one
and now,
shot. That would have
A
one
lot of
shot it.
damage. A lot of damage.
and now I don't have any anymore.
There's a gash in the barrel. We just went through the wisp and kept going.
When did you get superiority dice back?
Short rest.
I mean, technically, you can always spend the next hour taking a short rest if you want to.
Everything I do is a short rest.
I mean, yeah, you could then just, you could
Amazing.
always spend the next hour doing a short rest if you felt like it.
Yeah.
While we're
It's
talking to
everything.
the Duchess, you can chill.
Amnes? The
That's
wisdom is
me.
definitely
Oliver.
decreased.
Well, I'll attack the one below me there. Wow, it's a miss, and that's a miss, and the spiritual weapon.
Ghostly weapon?
Oh. Yeah.
Dang.
7 force damage. Bonk.
Force damage, you say?
Yes.
Oh.
Interesting.
Say force damage.
Force is one of the rare things to be resistant to.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, instead these wisps are somewhat unstable when they hit by force damage.
Oh.
Vulnerable to
Yay.
force. Haha.
Sweet.
I think.
Oh.
I think
killed
that
it.
force. I think force is the only damage type that is more likely to be vulnerable to force than resistant or immune to force.
Damn,
I
spiritual
think
weapon.
Sonic
Okay.
might be the more one.
Sonic might be a good one as well, yeah.
As
Alright.
Abbott balances out the scales again.
Neck and neck here.
Mm. It's a good showing.
All right.
So
See
everyone's
what the
unhappy.
hobo can do.
Not much.
No.
He's then going to go ahead as a bonus action and use. You can use what I think it's going to use. Sure. He'll go ahead and activate that to heal another 10 hit points, just flat.
Okay.
The bonus action, as he seemed to generate some like white light from his hand, and just put it to his wound. It doesn't really look like a spell though.
Is he a paladin fighter?
Who knows?
Hmm.
End of the combat round. More coming. Wisp. 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 3 more wisps.
Ugh.
But only 3 this time. Oh. Wisp makes a double armor get this done. Zap.
Piling on this
Oh
porch.
no, is he down?
No.
Oh, barely.
A hit point bar, though, as you can tell, is not very, very large anymore.
No.
Like a
Hold
pixel
on,
in it.
Amadis. Hold on, Torin. Well, Torin's fine. He's a tank.
Disadvantage on me as 4. Phew. Well, that didn't save me really. I need to shield it.
I was wondering why you said that.
Ow.
You're fine. No problem.
Torin.
Torin will step in front here and smack the thing. That's a terrible miss.
It's indeed a terrible miss.
That's also a terrible miss. Pay him.
Law of averages strikes again.
Mhm.
Lord Zeal.
Well,
You sense a bright glow from the circle beneath you as if it's getting ready to catch you when you fall.
that's nice of it.
Warm
Go fighting.
embrace.
Yeah, no, he'll keep on swinging here. What can he do at this point, just to get as many points as he can? All right, 19 damage on the wisp.
Yeah.
Hey, you'll move over here. Attack this wisp. Aha!
Yes.
18 damage on that wisp.
What was that?
Big slice.
18 damage on this wisp.
Magical 6 lightning.
Sadly, the lightning does nothing, so it's not quite down.
Ah,
Sure.
Send me, or spiritual weapon.
Yeah, smash you. All right, spiritual weapon, go. That's
Oh,
Sadly, a miss.
tried his best.
Is that all your actions?
Yep, that's my actions.
Zzz.
That'll hit. The damage isn't too bad.
Or Dalon here.
He will go ahead and attack at the Chaos Wisp to his left.
Kill Stealer.
He seems to use Aunus's attack as a good opportunity to go in there and just steal the kill from you.
Very dishonorable.
Accidentally make him trip. He's 1 hit point. He'll die.
Just
nudge him.
swing.
Yeah.
Swing. I accidentally hit him. Oops.
As he wounds the other wisp.
Great cleave.
Yeah, exactly.
No more wisp spawns this turn.
It's your chance to.
Oh no, they're preparing for a mega wisp.
A brief respite to reflect.
Tis I, King Wisp.
The Wispocalypse.
Behold!
Wispius Maximus.
Oh no.
Or about Wisp?
Poor Dalen.
Oh,
Near.
Dalonia.
Delanir falls to the ground. As you do so, you suddenly see the field the field below you flash like a bright light. It seems Delanir is now kind of being protected by some kind of strange barrier of light around him.
One.
However, he is illuminated.
All right.
As the whips cannot, the field physically won't let it happen.
Gotta give it to the court mage here. He's they're a very talented bunch.
Yeah.
However, the glow won't work on him. It's odd. Surely a glow happen on him. Oh, I'll just go with the shadows and distortion. That's fine. Since there is technically a creature who is unconscious, well, as far as it's concerned, it is. As far as the illusion is, it will go ahead and, as a bonus action, consume life to get some health back.
Oh no.
You can't actually kill someone with it, but it can gain hit points.
Slurp slurp.
Ah, feeling much better.
And if the Duchess really wanted to, she could like straight up assassinate someone with this.
Well,
Oh yeah.
Did what? Just have the magic fail on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just whoops, didn't
Next
seem to
time.
work. That sucks.
Minimum
Accidentally
damage.
stick a real
Amazing.
creature in the fighting. That's a miss. Well,
Should be 1 hit for 6 damage at least.
yes.
Well, see if we can kill it. First swing. That is 15 damage. 11 with the. Alright.
It doesn't not affected by lightning.
15 damage.
And that kills it.
Spiritual
it.
weapon.
Special weapon on the one next to Torin then.
Ooh.
20. 8 force damage.
And given its weakness to force damage,
Amanas coming in with
7 points. My
Double kill.
gosh.
now it's up to 6. It's up to now, which is
dang.
I'm just marking him as dead for the purpose of the combat.
Okay, I was like, oh no, he died.
So, yeah, Amnes might spare a glance over to Delanir. Just see that he.
He's
It's
unconscious.
okay.
He's unconscious right now, though he appears to be fine due to this shimmering magic around him.
Yeah, he'll conclude that he's probably fine then.
He's still breathing, as far as you can tell.
That's good.
It does seem the Duchess honoured her word that she's not going to kill her guests.
That's nice.
No, it's very nice of her. She could have definitely killed someone if she wanted to.
That's what I mean. She has ample opportunity to.
She's choosing not to.
Hmm.
However, it's at this moment, as the round ends, that you almost see like this wispy light kind of come off Delarin and kind of form in the air before you all.
It's King Wisp.
You are not incorrect with that statement.
Oh shit. Oh, I hope it rolls bad on initiative.
It's worth
As-
5 points.
Welcome,
Oh,
King Wisp.
Oh no.
you still have movement left, right?
It's literally King.
I mean, he can move if he wants to, but isn't it where King Wisp is going to spawn? So.
Oh, true.
Oh, mighty
Oh.
King Wisp.
This should be fun, though.
Yeah, I don't. Kind of running out of steam on the HP front here. I don't think I can take much from King Wisp here.
I feel like this is definitely more of
Oh.
a battle of attrition type thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last man
It's a
standing,
big
then
wisp.
A very large wisp, which one moment, because it should be.
Oh, fuck.
my god!
It's
Oh
flying
my
just
God.
above all of you as it kind of crackles with lightning, filling the entire battlefield. Before King Wisp gets to act, Torin,
Yeah. I have a
you
thing I
sense
could
a lot
try.
of electrical energy coming off of it. Feels rather dangerous.
Feels rather dangerous. Well, doesn't have much experience fighting magical thingies. He's I get close at least, and give it a good old smack. 24, 11.
Bonk.
That is a miss.
Cool. And I mean,
Swing again if you want to.
yeah. I mean,
Ooh.
yeah. He's not sure how to approach this particular foe.
Its turn, I believe. It will start with an aura.
Wom, wom, wom.
Oh, wow, wow.
Bit too bright. Let me see.
I
Turn
mean,
it
it's
down.
supernova.
That's a bit better.
Oh.
That's cool.
Not quite as chaotic as I would like, but I don't think I have a more chaotic one in here.
Oh, goodness.
That's very bright.
Very wispy like.
Mm.
As suddenly it just unleashes a crackling shockwave of electricity at the start of its turn.
Oh.
Oh no.
All creatures who are within its aura, which I think you can quite clearly see its aura, need to go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw would be in this edition.
Alright. Torin be next to Amanas, and Amanas considering Torin his ally. He will feel some of the kingly, majestic, heavenly grace from Amanas also speeds him up, lending him better reflexes and more insight into dangerous situations like this, almost as he's guided by the king's presence. So you can add my charisma to your saving throws.
+4. Which is good.
18.
18? And Amanas?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Starting from underneath the wisp.
Ugh.
Oof.
That's including your divine bonus, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh? Torin, congratulations, you dodge the intermittent bolt of lightning. Amanas? You take 7 points.
Yeah, it downs me.
Aw.
Oh, I guess King Wisp is going to go ahead. One moment.
But so I fall into the gentle embrace of the circle.
And Amanas is protected by magic that he's actually somewhat familiar with. It almost feels like a sanctuary spell among some others on him right now.
Complete the mission.
As King Wisp is going to go ahead and attack at Torin.
That's minimum damage.
Oh.
That's
Excuse
Plus 13. Oh my god.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that attack bonus should have been 2 lower, actually, I just realised. That was 2 too
Oh.
high.
Then that would be a miss, actually.
If it's 20, that's a miss, yeah.
Yeah.
I realised it has an extra +2 than it should be getting. I don't know where that's coming from. So,
I'm not going to question it.
Nice dodge.
Oof.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's
there's a chance.
a chance.
Call upon the power of Mechanus for the average.
It still only count as 1, though. You know.
Yeah.
So many cats as well.
Gimli
course.
rules.
It's like the fucking snitch in Quidditch. You
Yeah.
just win.
No, King Wisp is actually technically worth 2, but Amonas would still win even without defeat.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
victory.
As he says that with arm going up.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
All right. Assuming it is my turn, gonna
Yep.
smack it. 23. Surely that'll do something.
23 is a hit. 23.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 damage, just solid.
Quickly adjust his hit points once up correctly, that's fine.
Oh. Okay.
Brilliant.
I was like, it's healing.
No, I had to change it. I had to take his hit point bar. I still got a decent chunk to its health though.
It's fast healing 100 or something.
Is 17 a hit?
17 would not be a hit.
Oh.
Not on
I
King Wisp.
believe.
There might be a lot of Wisp, but a lot of Wisp is very fast.
I believe in our new giant dragonborn friend.
Yes. The whole.
Well, let's see what the wisp thinks about me.
That was kind of rude. You just hit it.
Oh.
Again, it's too higher than it should be.
Oh, okay, it's missed then.
But I have no way
That
to take the +2 off for what, 'cause I don't know why it's in there.
Oh,
And
sweet.
it's another miss, yeah.
Oof.
That is beautiful.
There is a chance.
There is a chance. No, I still have like a once per day thing, but I'm not gonna use that here. It's
Alright.
a mock battle against illusions, like that doesn't seem worth it. That's a terrible miss, and that's also a terrible miss.
Oh no.
Alright, bring it, Wisp. Do it.
King Wisp. Go.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll.
Yeah, he
Am I down? I'm down, yeah.
yeah. Just barely, actually, right?
Barely, yeah.
Oh, 1.
Damn. Almost. It was a good fight.
As King Wisp fades away, as does many of his tiny Wisp brethren.
All right. Good
And-
fight.
All of you are defeated. Your kills still mattered. And a short while later, all of you find yourselves being woken up as the priest comes outside and heals all of you. Well, I say priest, the apothecary comes out and heals all of you back up.
He just has like 500 healing potions or something.
He has
Probably.
quite a few healing potions, a healer's kit, and also a couple of healing spells.
He doesn't
Okay.
have like a singular potion. It's just a jug filled with.
It's
healing
like a
potions.
pitcher, just healing.
Yeah, it's just a wine pitcher full of healing elixir.
Just
He
pops a-
unrolls the hose from the
Yeah.
apothecary building.
Yeah.
It's a shower. Just put in the shower. Shower.
It does appear they have a couple of scrolls of curing as well on them. So
That's great.
they spend the necessary resources, however, to get you back up to nearly full health. See how much you exactly get. Both went down, so let's see. Amonas, you're going to receive. Let's give the first burst of healing to Amonas and to Torin.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
How do I heal?
If you just want to right click on what I did there, you could just apply healing. Those aren't official. If there were abilities, you'd have the little button. Since they're not, you can just right click. Same for any role, you can just right click. Amonas, Torin. You guys have so many hit points, such sponges.
Foundry is so useful.
And they will use. They can use this spell as well, which will grant you 20 hit points each.
Oh, okay.
Don't apply that way. Whoop, not D20.
Just 20.
It's pronounced 20.
Pretty decent.
Alright. Almost back up. Cool.
They can chuck you both a basic healing word on top of it at the end of that.
Sure.
They've got some healing words like.
Looks in the cabinet. I don't know what I have left. It's like
All right.
Hey, restored.
As the healer will briefly have to take a short rest himself, perhaps.
He's
Yeah.
knocked out.
Thorn is a veritable mountain of hit points, so
I mean, in fairness, they have like more medicine lying around, but I'm sure you don't want to sit around for like an hour's worth of medication.
Yeah, I mean, Torrent's gonna take a short rest here too. Not like
Yeah.
anything in this party actually super interests him.
Delonir might need a bit more time in the infirmary.
yeah, he got dunked on pretty hard, I gotta say. Poor guy. Tried his best.
Yeah.
As the angelic servitor begins to clap, and some of the werewolves kind of look at him and then start clapping as well. And that will end the fright of the wisps. The ghost hunt. I believe our winner is Lord Amonas, with 6 confirmed wisps destructions. Though sadly for everyone, it appears that King Wisp got away this year as well.
Get you next time, King Wisp.
It was almost there. Almost a sure thing.
Really?
Probably closer than on most years, I would say.
King Wisp is very rarely destroyed.
Mm.
To the winner, however, the house would like to offer a prize. Though you did not destroy King Wisp, which would have regarded the best prize we had available.
Oh.
As Intellect Servitor will ask one of the werewolves to fetch the prize for Amonas.
What's in the box?
Well, what is brought out is a scabbard containing what appears to be a weapon.
If it's in a scabbard, it's surely too small for Amonas, right?
Exactly. Nothing put in a scabbard can be worthwhile.
It appears to, however, be a longsword,
All right.
sparking with electricity.
Ooh. More sparkly longswords.
As a prize from the house to the winner of the ghost hunt. It's only fitting you use the Wisp's own force against someone else.
All right. You will accept the sword.
As you know, it is a +1 sword that does an additional d6 of lightning on it.
Yeah. Pretty decent.
It, in addition, has an extra effect. If it ever attacks a Will-O-Wisp, it does 2d6 extra damage.
Hey, it's a Will-O-Wisp killer.
Gonna own this event next year.
It is known as
Yes.
Wisp. It is known as Wisp of Spain.
Uh-huh. Well, Amonas will accept it, and I guess I give it back immediately because he can't carry weapons. But I shall add it to my sheet.
Fancy sword, at least.
Oh,
What you do is up to you, but fancy.
go very nicely next year. Trident of Fish Command
Yes.
on the wall.
We'll have the ghostly eels to battle next time. So, is this an official one or a custom one?
It's a custom one. I'll be able to give you a D&D Beyond link for it tomorrow.
That's okay. Oops. Add it myself, I think.
Yes, that ends up that event. Which means the last thing, we'll go back to the war games again.
I think we went over Seal.
I guess, Seal. Where was Seal?
The
Lusts rooms.
debaucherous lust.
Ah, yes, debauchery. Very important. Isagawa, are you here?
Kind of. I'm kind of half asleep.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, that did take a bit.
No, not to worry.
As you head down into the depths of the, you head down into the depths of the Chambers of Lust. As you are met by some incubus and succubus attendants down there who ask what exactly it is you're interested in. As you
Yeah, she will ask if there are any ladies interested to get, beaten. In a sense, and show the thieves.
there is one, we have at least one adventurous person down here who wouldn't mind, I think.
What if?
Put on the Devo Whippets song.
A fellow guest who has been quite enjoying it tonight, I think.
Someone was very naughty in the dungeon.
Is it Kalia Marithia? Are we hilarious?
As Theo is led through in the dungeon, though. And Theo ends up finding a small, ends up being taken into a small, dark, but rather plush room with chains and other equipment for a more serious event of lust. There is a rather beautiful looking young lady currently on the bed. Appears to be an Azima.
What?
An Azima.
Like Amanas.
Though this one with golden hair. Beautiful young complexion. Very fancy looking noble clothes draped over some nearby furniture.
Do I know her? Asamas are rare.
They are rare.
What check that would be?
I guess raw intelligence. I don't think there's a good skill for this.
Sure, we can go for
Go
it.
raw intelligence.
Yeah, no.
You don't know who this is. They look, I mean, whoever they are, they look very, it's hard to keep your eyes off them entirely. Though they lay there for you to come along and indulge in your vice
Sure.
and your needs.
I guess I shall bite in.
Yes, your fanged bite ability.
Yeah, it's 18.
I mean, technically, if you're injured, I suppose you heal. Partly from this. If you were damaged, if you were injured, you would heal yourself.
Yeah.
As kind of indulges, and whoever this is, they seem entirely into this. Like way too into this.
I mean, she can bite more. She has uses for these, I guess.
She would probably enjoy that.
I mean, I guess I spent all my free bites.
You drink deeply of the celestially infused blood. Spending quite some time down there. The individual seems almost slightly entranced as kind of as you do this. And the love making goes on. Seal will end up learning who this individual is as the night goes on.
Okay.
as I will send you a name.
I guess I don't know anything about her.
You recognize the surname purely because the group discussed it before.
I have my suspicions.
Oh, oh, it's about. Oh, okay.
uh, uh,
She seems right now rather out of it if you want to try and learn more information about either her or anyone related to her.
I guess
Or you can just go through and steal some of her stuff. She's out of it enough.
No, that's not the kind of thing you see. That's not. But I guess comfortable and healing kind of pillow talk she does. To find more about her and what she does, and to be genuinely be curious about her because there are not many ASMRs.
She will talk and talk and talk. Perhaps it's your vampiric nature getting to her here. But something about it just means she almost seems infixed by you as much as you're infixed by her. You're getting an auto success on this because of things in your story.
mm.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying more than that. But as you kind of start asking her these questions, she smiles softly. About me? Oh, I'm nobody. No, that's not true. It's my sister who's really somebody, though. I'm just the younger Marifia. No one cares about me. I'm just here because my sister wants company. Because she wants someone to carry her stuff and do what she asks. Oh, you know how it is with family, I'm sure.
Certain to event. I have brothers.
Bigger sisters are the worst. Kalaya, she's a handful.
I bet she is. At least so you. Well, I really cannot say I don't know her. But I'm much more present to find more about you.
I'm a skilled mage. I enjoy moonlight strolls on the beach. Kind of stares at you for a little bit. But what about you? Who are you?
Amicia Vampire. Fake last name. Reasons for that. Disinherited. I enjoy long naps and bathing in the sunlight whenever I can. So, things that I really enjoy is to sleep or be in bed.
Is there anything further you wish to learn from her? As you have the opportunity to learn a little bit more information out of her, as she seems entranced still.
I mean, is she anyway connected to my inheritance? Because she seems to be fixed on me and I guess I'm fixed on her.
You don't think... Well, not as far as you're aware. But she does seem, to some reason, not be able to keep her eyes off you. You're not sure why. Your bite's not normally that addicting.
I guess Ciel, last question that your interest will be: is this interested in a date outside of this event?
Sure. I will mark that down as being the extra bit. Then is you will have the opportunity to meet with her outside the party.
Sure.
As I'll mark down date with Eva Marifia. Okay then.
If she, needs healing, Ciel can provide.
It's not.
If
It's
you
not. It's
want
not an issue that the house can provide.
Sure. But, more personal touch. Either way.
There's something to be said for aftercare.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, you could.
I mean, yeah.
Yes,
I can
there
give
is.
her a magical healing, or I can just, use my medicine skill and pull out my healer's kit, which contains things and stuff.
Children always remember aftercare is the most important part.
Oh god. On that note, we will now jump back to Ceres to finish up. It'll be quick though. You took the early advantage here in your war game. The enemy heavy infantry suddenly harassed by water elementals being conjured from the temple. The enemy have taken clearly what they believe is the easier route to dealing with you, which is huge amounts of fireballs being launched across the river from their war priests. A difficult tactic, to be sure.
It's true. It's true.
Tried and true.
Yeah. Even personally tried.
Juicy gossip.
I think Ceres knows that the one thing that defeats fire is water. So while the troops are all bogged down in the river, off balanced, maybe a couple of the water elementals peel back, while those like ambushes that the Skald have, the reserves that she kept behind just in case,
Yes.
make their way to those war priests specifically, and aim to make quick work of them.
So a flanking attack from behind. See if you can move them in secret enough. Can you deceive the enemy?
Can I deceive the enemy? Let's find out. 22.
Between that and Captain Astinian, who I can tell you, the good captain's role is not bad himself. What he was been up to. Would you like to see his role for history he made for tactics?
Yeah. Ah, what a good boy.
Yeah, to say the least.
All right.
You win decisively against the Celestial Empire. It appears Lord Gwen decides just to put insult to injury as they try to retreat and have the orcs slam into the back of them. Kind of reaches across the table and says, As the orc leader, I would like to offer an alliance to the oppressed Skald people.
Ceres will smirk and say, and why do you think we need an alliance? I think we can go about our days separately. Have your fun gallivanting in the south, or we can enjoy our homes in tranquility.
Yeah, I guess that'll do. The other two seem absolutely pissed. Very quickly losing as just you give the commands and slowly the pieces one by one just magically start falling over on the table onto their backs. And just before even all the pieces have been fully routed.
Such a villain.
Oh.
It's great. Ugh.
Some people just cannot handle being crushed.
Do I make commanders like they used to? Actually, they're just spoiled kids, not commanders, but...
It helps.
A pleasure having a game with both of you, though. As Lord Gwyn will sit himself down.
Ceresol will smile standing, like heading to leave, or like just drop that. I think I had a slight unfair advantage having fought on the field myself. But it will make her dramatic exit at that moment.
Palestinian quickly following to click haste.
Yes, good boy.
Well,
Follow.
you do seem to get some approving looks there as you leave. I'll come back for you.
Can't walk through the shadows.
Convenient.
As that will complete that section of the evening as well.
Wonderful.
Update the table again. That'll be fine. Ghosts were had. Wisps. Surprise at 2. Rafts up to 3. Sloth should be at 1. This is up 2. Excellent. Alex, of course, missing. Technically being in the infirmary.
I imagine just to sell it, like once Ceres hears from Vicus, I imagine to sell the whole act that she goes to just check on Charlotte, like her own tempest as she storms through.
Amanas and Torin both would have seen Lady Charlotte be carried through by a pair of werewolves to the infirmary. Though she doesn't look injured, you're right.
You know, there's some scheme going on, clearly.
You know, last thing Sarah has known is that Lady Charlotte was a vicar, so surely tomfoolery has been...
It's obviously
bad.
tomfoolery, that's why instead of the usual... She would have just gone over just to make sure she was okay, but no, we need to sell whatever they're selling.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Also, Lady Charlotte's totally playing up for like total ham.
Yeah.
Oh, woe is me, my ankle, I'll never walk again.
Pretty much, but the guards seem to believe it for some reason.
How
You know.
dare my apprentice get harmed? So serious
Not
ones.
really their fault.
I shall make sure that she's okay right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And that now brings us to 11 p.m.
Yep.
There's a slight quieting to the parties. You can hear some areas starting to become a little bit less busy as the first couple of people start to leave. Though the majority of the party is still in swing. But there is the brief notes of some people, after 4 hours of debauchery, perhaps being enough for them. perhaps not entirely unsurprising. It's quite a full-force party in some areas.
Indeed.
The group all able to meet up again.
Yes. Well, quick note, Vicus will re-establish his Psychic Whispers network, although, unfortunately, Vicus's proficiency bonus is not enough to include Torin yet. Perhaps for his benefit for now, because it's a very weird experience, but perhaps later on, or if the circumstances allow it.
The only person
No,
not...
maybe,
the only person-
maybe doing hive mind invasions on day one of meeting one another is a bit too early.
Yeah, indeed, that's the fortunate case of it. He probably wouldn't do it anyway, but you know.
It's more, that's more like a day 2 induction.
Yeah, day one is saying hello. Day 2 is mind meld, right? So, as soon as Vicus connects to Ceres, though, Vicus will quickly explain what he found and where and how. Warning her that perhaps there's a billion wards and whatnots and alarms. Who knows? He's not that good at magic stuff. But if she wishes to take a look, she shall. Also, Charlotte, the book that Charlotte was reading was about dragon burial grounds, I believe.
Good girl.
Also, it's in Draconic, but you probably noticed that.
Yeah. Yeah, Ceres will relay her gratitude and say, I don't think I need to see it now. It's really just a just in case something goes down.
Indeed.
But
I feel we can potentially show you if you need to see it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. A brief look wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. But as a general consensus, perhaps as the 11th hour approaches, maybe we should meet with the Duchess.
I agree.
Finally.
Before it gets too late in the night.
Indeed, before she's like, okay, it's funny you're waiting, but actually, where are you?
Yeah.
I'm tired of this game. Let's.
Although it would be neat to have her call for us. I don't want to annoy her by making her have to do that.
Ultimately, it's her game, and so we have to play it to the best of our ability.
Yep.
Does the group wish to go and meet with the Duchess?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Very well. I'm going to move the group in mass then.
Right.
Assume Amna's being forward facing.
Yeah. Vicus and Theo will be at the back, keeping an eye out.
Is the vampire coming along?
Yeah, she can if she wants.
If I'm part of the main party, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm
you're part of it.
For all intents and purposes, you are right now. You proved yourself enough, I think.
Sure.
Want us to like order ourselves?
It's grabbing you as a whole.
The triangle of, or the diamond of doom.
Yeah. So.
Does T-pose away? Ah!
Phase through the walls.
Oh
There we
my!
are.
Oh no, stern anime girl.
Unfortunately, that's the only picture I have for her at the moment. It's fine.
Yeah, it's great.
It works.
Tsundere.
Oh, the harpy's already
No.
here.
Not like she's interested in us or anything, Baka.
As you arrive up here,
Jones.
currently her court is relatively empty, though you do pass on the way out a very pissed off looking gentleman, seemingly stuffing some kind of small box back into his pocket.
She rebuked his gift. Mm.
Oh, maybe rebuked his betrothal. It was a small box.
Can you imagine?
That'd be hilarious.
Oh, what fool would ask her hand in here?
As you enter inside, sitting upon a gleaming throne with much silver embroidery and surrounded by many of her wild plants, is a rather beautiful half-elven woman sitting rather happily atop the throne with a silver crown of her own, or silver So sort of a circlet of her own, I should say, not a full crown. What is perhaps interesting for Amanus is how she's decided to appearance herself tonight. With a glowing golden halo illusionary above her head and a pair of illusionary, at least you hope illusionary, angel-like wings from either side of her.
She's openly mocking him now. I'm about to smite her.
I don't think it's mocking you. I think it's mocking
it's
the
more
queen.
reverence. Yeah.
No, this is mocking.
I think this is mocking the
She
queen.
does seem to raise an eye, however, as you enter into the room. Very briefly, you notice the halo actually flicker as you enter in the room, losing a little bit of dimness in your presence. Only slightly.
Yeah, I think
She does seem to definitely take notice as you arrive.
I think this is the queen she's mocking more than anything.
She has been very vocal in her, don't really like them. And I
Yeah.
like making fun of them. So.
Yeah. I definitely don't think this is aimed at Amanus. Especially if it flickers as he arrives.
At least he'd be advised as such as we enter.
Yes, yeah.
As we see him grip his sword, imaginary sword.
It's like a mental barrage of Ceres and Vickers going, "No, don't kill her, please! Oh my god!"
There's
Charge!
as all of you arrive, though, there is a moment she seems to pause as she looks to her retainers on either side and seems to motion for them to be dismissed.
See the harpies here too.
Yeah.
Get out of here, wolf. No
She
one
knows to
likes-
get here when the going's good.
Get your mangy hide out of here.
She can look in through the window. Of course she is.
Can't see her, but possibly. As the Duchess actually sees you arrive, and all the other retainers leave, just seems to motion. Just make the motion like anyone who's running a court might, for petitioners to approach. Though you do see her seemingly go from having this kind of very laughing, kind of happy expression to one mildly more serious as you walk up. Just seems to know that you're more than the average petitioner.
Right.
Very good footing to have.
Bring forth the gift.
Should I handle? Do you want to handle this? Shall I handle this?
No, you can handle it.
All right. Ceres will take a step forward and say, Duchess Idicelia, it's a privilege to enjoy your company. As is proper, we've brought a gift for your generous invitation. I should call for or pull out the gift.
She'll quirk an eyebrow. A crystal of mana.
There's nods. There's though not one that you may wish to use. There's no retainers. I guess Ceres will bring it over to her.
You can walk over closer to her. As you get close to the Duchess, she does appear to look at it as you get close, gently extending her hand as you feel it lifted out of it with. Well, you're guessing it's just a mage hand, effectively. You shake it like a rabbit. Cute.
It's the first high quality mana crystal from the new veins opened in Sorkai.
Ah, yes, the gleaming elven city that now borders my nation.
There are smiles and nods. It's reclaimed, repurposed, and renewed. Under the control of Lord Amenas Zeal. He turns to gesture towards Amanas.
Yes, the currently Count and, unless I am completely mistaken, former king.
There's nods. There's your eye does not deceive you. In fact, he is the previous ruler of the empire.
Well, I do hope so. I wouldn't want to put an invitation to an imposter.
Hmm.
Step forward. And he will say, "Yes, Duchess Idessa. I appreciate the invitation. Me and my party has had a wonderful time tonight. But we did not come here to drink fancy wines or battle illusory creatures.
No, I must
Come
say, you
here.
did an excellent job.
We are good at what we do."
Now, of that, I have no doubt.
We have come here to propose an alliance between your duchy and us in Sorakai. I believe we have much to gain from each other, and I do believe we might have some common adversaries.
Bold. Definitely bold. New upstarts, new pieces on the board, and you instantly going for an alliance.
I don't think anyone in this room can say we do anything by half measures. Bold steps are what gain the greatest treasures.
But going straight for an alliance means you're aiming high, or you plan to piss someone off very quickly. Though I'm very, very much guessing that's the good Duke of Alcend. The only logical person you've pissed off already.
The Duke has acted strangely, isolating himself and spending all his money on courtly mages while he let church troops and imposter inquisitors rampage across his land and even badger his loyal vassals. They have stirred up such trouble and killed so many that his rulership over these parts needs to be put into question. I believe he is not worthy of it, and I intend to relieve him of it. Looks up and down the Duchess. From what I have learned, you are not a great admirer of his either. And I believe that your life would probably be much more enjoyable if he was to be removed from the board. I can assure you that we are easier to deal with than him.
Are you? Oh, that's what I need to just figure out here. As any such alliance, the way you're proposing it would result in simply my neighbour being replaced by an unknown neighbour.
I mean, he like does a motion with his hand and says, "Well, what is it then that you want, Duchess? You live in the lap of luxury, yet you seem bored, making up games to just willow the time away. Are you so desperate to waste your time with these frivolities? Wouldn't you rather do something real, something that would last, a real impact, not be scuffed away in a northwestern corner of the kingdom like this? You could be a center player."
She bites her lip for a brief moment. She sends a slight twinge like you hit a nerve.
He closes his fists, or like he fists in front of himself, and he says, "We can lead you to glory. We can lead you to a place where your talents can truly shine. You have done great things with your duchy, no doubt about it. But imagine what you could do with more influence, more power with real allies that support you and that you support in return. That is how real change happens. That is how real power is grasped. Not building walls and sitting, counting one's coins or court mages or letting one's enemies run rampant across one's lands. No, you conquer. And then you
Especially when one's enemies include a church which is being bribed and paid to do what one wishes.
He nods.
The
I'm
church
sure you
does
know what we did in Freyfrost.
I am keenly aware, and I fully support what you did. Though
We intend to.
I almost wish it wasn't an imposter now.
We intend to do the same. I am keenly aware that I once ruled and I failed, but I have learned my lesson. I am not the pungent sack of lard that I once was. I have a mission. I have sworn an oath, and I am filled with glorious and holy purpose. I will retake my proper seat in this kingdom, and there will be a new golden age.
You do look a lot healthier than I recall my last time I saw you.
While he's speaking here, his halo has started glowing.
You notice her halo is almost entirely just gone away.
Yeah.
The wings have remained, but kind of the evanescent light has faded from her. But it cannot stand up against probably the true thing. You wondered why I do games of frivolity. You wonder why I do all of this when I could do so much else. She gestures her hand out just towards the window, towards the sound of partying in the distance. This isn't mere games. They are, but they're more than that. I'm not sitting around with my hands doing nothing. I'm playing what pieces I can. What moves I know I can. Even a night like this is a night for me to move my agenda. I wouldn't have invited you here otherwise.
He nods and says, and that is why we are interested in an alliance. You show interest in actually acting, not just sitting around. But as you said, you have been limited.
The Empire,
do well with.
The Empire is a stagnant war machine. It sits around looking for smaller nations to bully at this point, and does little else except trade titles back and forth, hoping for people trying to amass more power by doing nothing but, well, just all of this.
Gone are the glory days, past. Now the Empire wallows in its self-indulgency.
Yeah.
And bribed self-righteousness. The hypocrisy is kind of drowning.
Yeah. He just a gesture with his hand around. So, join us, break free of this, and together we can create something new. You said you were limited with the pieces you had. Well, we can give you new pieces. Not only us here, all capable experts at what we do, but the organizations and people we have already rallied to our cause. We have resurrected a lost High Elven city. We have thrown out the inquisitorial forces of Freyfrost. We have done much in just a few months. Imagine what we can do in a year.
What you've done is impressive. I won't doubt that. Though what you're aiming for is something much grander. Much grander.
He nods and says, yes, because I have a grand vision. I must make myself worthy of it. I inherited the crown once, and led to catastrophe. I intend to work for it this time.
Do indulge me here. I've got some games of my own to play. But these ones do matter, trust me. Let me put a scenario for you forward. You're ruling over a city. Your funds are limited. There are enemies at your doorstep. Yet also, your people starve. What do you do with the limited resources you have? You only have so much coin going around. Only so many shipments to bring in that could either be for weapons or for war, or for food. What do you do?
Mas seems to consider for a little bit. And he says, depends on many things, if I'm honest. Feeding the people is all well and good. You need a people to rule and save and protect, otherwise, well, what's the point? I believe, honestly, that feeding the people and then trusting myself and my fellows here, he just is behind, to do much of the dirty work. We have done so in the past, and small surgical strikes can do wonders where a big army might fail. To beat a stronger foe with smaller numbers, you need strategy and tactics. You can't just throw your weight around like a sledgehammer.
She seemed to ponder slightly what you're saying, thinking about it, but there's a small smile on her face. She kind of thinks for a moment. Two nobles come to you fighting, speaking to one another about, well, mostly bickering, let's say, arguing about their inheritance. Them both standing in line to inherit a much grander title, though both have fairly loose claims, and seemingly threatening to go to war with each other over, well, who should inherit what. Do you just let them fight it out? Or how would you figure out their differences?
Sort of thinks and says, well, I do believe that there is a point of having laws. Laws of succession is one of them. Laws of inheritance. Without laws, we are not a society. We are a barbarous cacophony, not dissimilar to the orc tribes. So, in such a case, I would assume that there is law and precedence to determine who actually inherits it. I would investigate that. I would put my chancellor at work to doing it. If there is no clear claim, if there is no clear heir, well, then perhaps some sort of competition between them to determine who is the most skilled and worthy to actually inherit. Would be the case. He shrugs slightly. There's too many unknowns to say for certain.
She seems to think for a moment, pausing. I ask you these things because I'm trying to know what kind of ruler you're going to be. What kind of person on my doorstep compared to what I saw a decade ago. I actually had petitioned your court a decade ago.
He sighs and says, I am afraid I don't recall. Probably because I was drunk.
You didn't even attend the meeting, in fact.
That sounds likely.
One of your chancellors did. Tried humiliating me in front of the court.
The chancellors back then were fools and petty, bribed things.
They didn't have anyone. He sort of looks for the words in his mind. They thought they were the rulers. And in fact, in actuality, they were. I do believe, however, that a more hands-on approach is what is needed.
And that I can appreciate. There's not enough always willing to shake things up, lead from the front, as it were. Even during all of this, she gestures a hand out, I've not sat idly by on my throne the entire time. The first several hours I was heading around, just with my own people seeing what was going on. Assisting where I could. Sometimes even we need to get our hands dirty. It doesn't matter where we're born from, or where we got to. Don't you agree?
He nods. I agree. If you intend to rule, you need to insert yourself in the real world, not lock oneself up in a castle. You need to get out there. You need to do things. Certain things only those of us who are capable can do. And so it is our duty to do them, because no one else can. He looks around. A farmer can't throw a fireball. A farmer can not battle a gnoll or even a goblin. But a farmer can till the fields and produce food, bring in taxes. So he does that, and in return, I protect him. That is how it works. I do what I do best, and so does he, and the Empire prospers.
And if the farmer was ever to learn how to throw a fireball?
I will promote him to be a war mage, or a court mage, depending on his leanings, I suppose.
Not the typical answer. Typical in some ways, but not compared to most nobles nowadays. Most would just laugh off the idea of the farmer even learning it.
He scoffs.
I
No,
think
Duchess, I have seen too many eclectic individuals and their incredible potential to dismiss that idea.
I think even Ceres smiles and says, I was not even a sorcerer when Amnas was king. Things change, things manifest.
Yes, change. An important thing in all we do. The world must keep moving. We'll need to discuss this further, but I am open to trying to help you in your cause against the Duke of Alcent.
Yeah, just a slight bow. I appreciate the possibility.
I think having you on the board might shake up this stagnant empire enough for some real change, one way or another.
Perhaps the haughty queen might even turn her attention to the north for once.
Maybe I should invite her to the next ball then.
There's a sour expression on Amanas's face.
Ceres chuckles and says, well, the Southerners do seem to like the Halls of Lust.
Oh yes, the Merithians. Oh, of which? Torin?
Yeah, Torrent's been standing in the back, basically being an observer rather than a participant. He looks over.
Please, this way. I believe you've already met Torin.
Yes.
He is quite the skilled commander. I saw quite a lot of skill in him as he crossed into my borders a few months back. He's not officially on my payroll, but he is quite But I did give him the recommendation to seek you out. As it stands, I do feel having, no matter how this ends up between us, no matter what our alliance or not figures out to be, I feel like having you on the board as strong as possible suits me well.
Yeah. Well, then I am pleased to hear it. I am sure we can discuss the details of what aid you could offer and what we can offer in return. Our operation might not be the size of the Duke of Alcend, but I do believe we are more than capable of doing almost any type of field work that is necessary.
The question, of course, becomes what I'll get out of it at the end of the day, but I suppose it's a matter we can discuss in time.
Indeed.
I think what we are all set to gain from this is far more than you could possibly lose.
I'm willing to roll the dice. Take a chance on you. You just better make sure you stack that deck in your favor.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
I will, however, I think they'll provide some support no matter what. If I would you ordain myself having a visit to this supposed new kingdom of yours? New realm.
Hard to say no. Given our situation, I mean, sure.
Captain Estinian knows the way.
Excellent. It'll be a week or two, but I think I will come visit you and discuss the details further.
Oh, good. Gives us time to clear out the magical
We
laboratory.
need to build a dock in a week.
Build the dock in a week, clear out the tower. We got this, guys. Make sure the heating
Oh.
is definitely on.
Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, she'll arrive in one of those, like, polar bear, like, Cruella de
Oh,
Vil
yeah.
for the, like, furs.
It's like 3 times the size of her.
Yep.
Moreover, Lady Tananiel,
Yes.
about my dock.
Yes. About your dock?
It's come to my understanding that you have detonated half of it.
Indeed, and then requisitioned the use of it, my lady.
It's going to take some time to clean up.
We're aware, unfortunately, unsavory people were there that decided that they did not like our presence. And when one delivers a near fatal blow to one of my companions, one does not get away lightly. So,
Given what I heard happened, you have my condolences.
There's nods a bit grimly, her facade wavering ever so slightly, momentarily. I hope that I did not cause too much of a shake through the city.
You did, but I'll manage. Thankfully, my people themselves weren't hurt, just merely the industry. But industry can be rebuilt. People slightly more difficult.
The thought of innocence being in harm's is abhorrent. My choices would have been different if it were the case.
Moreover, I know you travelled all this way and you've lost one of your own. if it can be out of recompense, if there's any funerary expenses, I would like to help support towards them.
I don't think there is any,
I think
right?
he wanted to. Isa, remind us, did he want to go back to the Earth like a good druid?
I mean,
Somewhere specific, right?
Yeah.
no. The only thing about Zed is that he just wants to be buried somewhere like in the nature,
Right.
so like things can grow from his dead body.
I think
Okay.
Ceres would then say, the only thing that our companion
Yeah.
desired was a simple burial in nature, perhaps a grove where life may find anew through his body.
And if you would, then let me offer this instead. I can have one of my plant talkers come and help tend the grove for a bit, ensure that fresh life grows and blooms.
I think that would ease his soul the greatest.
You are dignitaries coming on a visit. It's only fair that I help bear some of the burden for your loss. Oh, this became more somber than I liked. Still, I'd like to thank you all for my gift and for attending. I do look forward to our future business.
All right.
To the future king, Zeal.
Yes. Here.
She has a smile that she is not attempting to hide, clearly showing that she's got her own agenda here. But
Yeah.
Of course.
I think everyone in the room is aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
We'll take an end to the session there.
yes.
It is late.
It is very
It
late.
is like-
However, the Duchess is very happy to. The Duchess is very. Does seem at least amenable to having your. Based on your reputation, your actions up to this point, as well as your answers, to at least consider a true alliance with you. You've
Well-
impressed her.
No, she's impressed me, to be honest. As a duchess. I thought she was just an eccentric. But the eccentricities cover quite a lot of her true motives.
The facade of eccentricity, hiding her motivations and her cunning.
Mm.
All right. I need to head off. And so does Valky.
Sleep well, guys.
Yes.
Yes. I'll catch you later.
I'd like to thank you for attending.
Mm.
Yes. Thanks for the session. It was fun.